Good day, guys, and welcome back to your English Aussie. We are live for the Game Week 7 deadline stream. Nice and early, set up well for today. Anybody that has some questions around your teams, we've got plenty to talk through. Lots of good stuff for you, a lot of team news, a lot of interesting team news to go through today. I've got my team right here. This is what my team is going to be for the week. I will be captaining Erling Haaland. I have made 2 transfers this week. Yo, what's up, Rob? Orange Apple, how are you, mate? I have made 2 transfers this week. I've brought in Bukayo Saka and Walter Mada for Josh King and for Hugo Ekitike. That is a fresh trim, yes. Fresh trim this week. Ready to go. Feeling good. Abdullah, how are you, mate? Yeah, doing team reviews today. Stick your team ID in. I can pull you up right now. And we can start off with you. Thanks, Abdullah. Appreciate that, mate. Good to see you back. Hope everybody had a good game week 6. I think generally for most of the people that I do know in the chat, we had a pretty good game week 6 across the board. So yeah, hope that was the case. 442-958-08. ATL's AM, hi mate, did you think Gabriel will play Worries this year? So Arteta said in his press conference he's not concerned and he thinks he's going to be all right. But you know with Arteta, you can't really be 100% sure in the press conferences of whether he's telling the truth or not. So for me, I think it's still maybe like 70-30, 70% that he will play, 30% he won't. So for me, if you're thinking about bench boosting with a Gabriel, I probably wouldn't do that. But I would definitely have Gabriel in your starting 11 to begin with. And then if he's not fit, he just won't play. He's not going to come on off the bench for a few minutes. Okay, let's pull up the first team for today. Al, that's going to be you. Yeah, good week for you again. Last week, Al, 70 points. Nice. Hamza, Hassini, Romero, Lacroix, Van Dijk, Reinders, João Pedro, 3 to start, 2 to bench, 2 to bench. Bench João Pedro for sure. Romero is fit. I would probably... Let's just quickly have a look at... Romero on defensive contributions so far this season. I think he's sort of a bit of a up and down he's been most of the weeks. Got it against Man City and against Brighton, but against the weaker teams probably not really picked them up. I think Leeds have got a chance of scoring against Spurs. Probably would be Romero, but I think that second bench one is probably between Romero and Van Dijk for me. It would be between one of those two. But João Pedro definitely on bench. I think it would be Romero for me. All right, Al. Thoughts? So, one free transfer. Should I move Ekitike to Gyok, Wirtz to someone, Murillo to maybe Calafiori, or just roll as I'm planning to wildcard next week? Okay, yeah. So, I guess my thoughts here is if you've got the one free transfer and you're going to wildcard, generally my thoughts are going forwards, the optimal formation is going to be to try and have 4 at the back, or at least 4 good defenders that you can rotate. And I think having like a 4.3 million GUI or Obi as your third striker is going to be the optimal way to go this year. And I think if you look at FPL and you look at the points that the defenders have scored this year and the points that the strikers have scored this year, I think it's only 3 strikers over 30 points so far this season. So very difficult. Obviously, Haaland smashing it, you have to have. But then I think your second striker is sort of a pick'em. And you got to try and find the guy that's nice at that time with good fixtures. And the third one, I think, is fodder, because I think it's easier for defenders to be picking up points each week, and also easier for you to find the right defender that is going to pick up those points. So yeah, I think on your wildcard, have a look at that. I do actually have a wildcard 7 draft that I can pull up later and we can have a look at. Might be a little bit different from what 8 would be, but it maybe give you an idea of some thoughts. But yeah, I think looking from your perspective, I'd probably move Ekitike to Gyökeres. I think that's nice. Or you go Wirtz to Eze on a 1 week punt. I'm not sure I really or to Anthony Gordon on a 1 week punt. So what I saw from that Arsenal game against Newcastle is I thought Saka picked up the ball to take the penalty. And I thought he was going to take that penalty before it got ruled out. If you saw that Arsenal-Newcastle game live, Arsenal got a penalty, got disallowed for VAR. So, yeah, I don't think I'd roll, mate. I think I would take the 1 week punt this week because I think there are a few nice options. I think Anthony Gordon's a nice one. I think Saka's a nice one, but obviously you can't get up to him. Gyökeres, to be honest, I'm really not sold on him so far this season, but West Ham is a fixture that he can get stuff done. Obviously, Nuno's going to have fixed them up a little bit, maybe made them a little bit more defensively solid. I definitely prefer Saka over Gyök. If Eze was playing in the 10, I would prefer Eze over Gyök. But, it's difficult for me. There is a chance that he obviously performs well. It's a good game for Arsenal. Arsenal are obviously a good team. And West Ham have not been great, but specifically off set pieces, which is also why I like Saka so much, because he's obviously on set pieces for Arsenal as well. I think I would take a 1 week punt. I'm not convinced it would be Gyök. I think it could be Wirtz to Anthony Gordon. It could also be Ekitike to Walter. I think he's looking really nice for Newcastle. And I do think Nottingham Forest, having seen them midweek against whatever that team is called, Midtjylland, FC, I can't pronounce their name, FC Midtjylland, look like they could be a team to attack from an offensive standpoint. So I'd take the punt. Rather a 1 week punt. I've got over being concerned in getting an Arsenal defender. Yeah, I definitely prefer to go for a punt on the attacker. I don't think it's worth the transfer on a defender going into a wild card. If it was for a defender, it would be one that I think can potentially get a goal, be on DEFCON and get a clean sheet, which I think this week is probably only Senesi for me. Midtjylland. Thank you. That I need help with pronunciations in general. So FC Midtjylland scoring 3 obviously against Forest midweek. Abdullah, I'm thinking Strand Larson instead of Gyökeres for Wildcard 8. I think Strand Larson's a really nice pick. And for Wildcard 8, I think he's a really nice pick. I think he's a really nice pick for this week as well, Strand Larson. I had a real toss-up between him and Walter Marder. And I went for Walter Marder because I liked that he wanted those penalties off Gordon. And I think Newcastle looked like they were trying to put more balls into the box. Joe Linton was getting in there. Dan Burn was playing left back and getting it up into the box. It felt like they were trying to feed Walter Marder and change their attacking profile to cross more balls and get them into the box. Also, very good with his feet. I thought he's looked really nice. But yeah, I do also very much like Strand Larson. I thought it was a very close toss-up call for me, and I might not have got it right, but I think Newcastle fixtures look just as good as Wolves coming forwards. Rob, Declan Rice is for Arsenal is who I'd get this week. Again, I think set pieces are massive this year. If you've seen a lot of players that are taking set pieces, corners, free kicks, etc., picking up those points from assists, because it's just been such a big swing in the Premier League this year that lots and lots of goals have been scored for set pieces, more so than in the past. Also not sure when to bench boost Orange Apple. I don't even know how to plan it. I'll tell you what, mate. I'll tell you what. Let me come back to you on the bench boost. Actually, let me do it now. I think the best way to plan this, and I'll try and put onto screen. Assuming I do Ekitike to Gyök, who would you bench? João Pedro. Sorry. Maria's out this week as well. So it'd be... Munoz, Anderson. I'd probably play Rodon over Nico Williams as well. Petrovic in goal. Edvix, how bro? Hey bro. Yeah, I'm good. How are you? Spotted you on that TFS stream as well. I like to sometimes tune in a little bit early to some streams of content creators that don't have that many followers and just give them some support. Yeah, I thought Nico was good against Midtjylland, but I mean, I just think this week Newcastle were going to score past them. Dusty, what's up, man? How are you, bro? Good to see you back. Well, I know you're here last week, but nice to have you around. Yeah, I think Anderson, Munoz, Rodon at the back for me. I think Rodon can pick up the DEFCON. I'd probably have, obviously Murillo third on the bench because he's not going to play. And then it would probably be João Pedro and Nico Williams on the bench for me. I'm not sure which way the order would go. Probably João Pedro first, Nico second. It's probably where I'd go. In terms of bench boost, probably wildcard. You have double Forest Works and Ekati. Yeah, he's gonna wildcard next week. That's the plan for him. And I'm just putting your team in just quickly into Plan FPL, and then maybe we just have a quick look at. I guess bench boost you're gonna wildcard anyway, so doesn't really make that much of a difference. I think pick your wildcard team as if it's going to be the best possible team for you going forwards. Unfortunately, my thoughts on wildcard is that I would rather have like a GUI at 4.3. I'd rather have a GUI at 4.3 on a wildcard. But I guess if you do have your bench booster player, you'd have to have maybe a DCL, Dom Calvert-Lewin at 5.5 on the bench instead, and then just look for a week that's nice. I think 9 is quite nice as a wildcard, as a bench boost week. Is Gakpo a sell this week? I don't think so, Dusty. I would keep Gakpo in there. I imagine Gakpo would start. Chelsea are obviously missing Shalabar suspended, Fofana out, Tosin out, Colwill out. They're missing a lot of centre-backs. So I'd probably play Gakpo. I think it's a tough game for Chelsea this week against Liverpool. I know Liverpool have not been fantastic in open play, but I'd keep Gakpo. I don't think Gakpo's a sell. I think Gakpo's a very important player for Liverpool. Hato will do wonders. Yeah, that's true. Hato coming back is big for them. Is he likely to start, considering last week he's benched? Yeah, I think he's very likely to start for us. I think he came on at half-time for us last week because Slot realised how important he is to that Liverpool side, especially when teams are being really physical with us. He just has that profile that I don't think anybody else has on that left-hand side, that he can drop back into that midfield 3 and help out with first balls, second balls as well. I would definitely expect him to start against Chelsea. Okay, Abdullah. What's the team ID, mate? John, greeting from Ireland. What's up, man? Good to see ya. How are you? How was your week last week? Sorry, I'm just finding. Whoa, Rob Light, my guy. What's up, guy? Hello. What a legend. Thank you so much, bro. I know you've been having a good week. Leeds got the point. Your FPL team was absolutely swimming last week. Sorry, Abdul, I'm just finding your team ID, mate. Give us a second. I don't know why I've lost it in the chat. 148271. Rob, what is going on, bro? Thank you so much for the donation. Appreciate it. Alright, would I hold off on the wildcard one more week, or would I just hit it now? Look, I think you've got the international break, so I think just hit it immediately after that, like during that international break. Try and pick up on the price rises if you can. So as soon as this game week starts and kicks off, don't hit wildcard, but make all your transfers. And if you haven't seen it, check out my wildcard dark arts video, which sort of gives you advice on how to maximize the price rises there. Isaac, what's up, man? Hey, Alex, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. No problem. Always happy to help you guys. That is what my channel is for, rather than talking about my own team. Although I think people did enjoy. I did do a video this week on my transfer plans in my own team, and people seem to like that. So maybe I will keep doing like one video a week on that going forwards if you guys are interested in that, along with just the normal like statistics and stuff that I'm showing, and obviously like the stuff for my members with the API spreadsheet with all the with all the data and info. Good week, John. Triple captain Haaland paid off. Yeah, absolutely brilliant week. Isaac, what's up, man? How are you? You gonna win another giveaway this week? Abdullah, what are your thoughts this week then, mate? Have you got any plans for your team? I'm looking at it now. I got it on screen, right? Yeah, I got that on screen. You obviously just got one free transfer. Should you make a transfer if you're wildcarding in game week 8? Yeah, I think the same I said to please do keep it going, Rob. I will do, man. I was like, you got to stick around for the end of the stream for the deadline, just in case you win again, mate. Just in case. Yeah, sorry. What was I saying? Yeah, Abdullah. Yeah, well, as I was saying to Alex earlier, and again, Alex, legend, thank you so much for that donation, bro. Much appreciated. I think if you got one free transfer going into wildcard, you play the free transfer and try and take a punt on somebody that you like. For you, I've obviously got the thoughts of you got Chris Wood against Newcastle, which is a really tough one for me. I think that's definitely somewhere that you can switch and take a punt. In your midfield, like I quite like it, to be honest. You got Rodgers, Kudus, Reinders, Semenyo, Fernandez, all with what you would expect to be nice games this week. I know I actually personally think United v Sunderland, that's quite a tricky game for them. I know that would be very unpopular with a bunch of United fans. But yeah, I think it's a tricky one. Got a dash, lads. Thank you for the help with the team. Thought I'd send a super chat. Sorry for leaving so quick. Have a good one. Might pop in later. No problem, Alex. Thank you so much, man. Enjoy your Friday night if you're or Friday afternoon if you're in England. And yeah, catch you later if you come back. Appreciate you joining. Would I start Wood or Reinders this week? I'd probably look to move Wood if you're looking to take make one transfer this week. It'd probably be Wood that I'd be looking to move. Like I think Igor Jesus obviously starting in Europe and looked pretty decent. Obviously Wood I thought looked quite good as well, but against Newcastle I think that's a real tough game. And the profiles of their centre backs as well. It's going to be tough for Chris Wood to impose himself on them. I personally think Reinders has looked really good since Shirky, Marmoush, etc. have been out. So interesting that you don't like you don't like the output, but do you like how he's been performing? Like I personally think like he's been really nice running on behind Haaland. Like he's been running past Haaland with the ball. He's doing a lot of like a box to box midfielder role. I think he's been really nice. I think at that price point he's very good for attacking returns. Yeah, in the back three for me this week, Brighton have got Wolves, so I think if De Kuyper starts again, I would be tempted to go with him. Nico Williams, I'd be benching. Diouf, I'd be benching. Diouf, I'd be benching. And then probably one of Watkins and Rodgers. I'd be benching. Diouf via Stev is a bit of a tricky one. Curtis H editing. Do you do graphic design, Curtis, or editing that sort of stuff? Because I need some help with some stuff on my channel. So that'd be great. Saka and Lacroix or Gabriel and Bruno Fernandes? Definitely Saka and Lacroix. Gabriel, there is like 70-30. I would say that he's fit and available for the game, but there are some doubts about whether he's going to be available for Arteta. I think he'll probably play, but I think Saka and Lacroix for sure in that over that is definitely the better option. John, is it me or is Bowen overlooked? Yeah, I think Bowen's the main man for West Ham. They've obviously got Arsenal this week, so it's a little bit of a tricky one. I probably wouldn't be going for him. But I think Bowen's going to continue to score points. I just think as a forward and at 8 million, he's getting overlooked due to the price point. Stev or Konate is higher? Konate. I think that's another one that I wanted to talk about this week. I think that Konate is who the opposition strikers are now targeting. Like you saw in the Palace game, that Mateta just sat on Konate the whole game. That makes me think that Konate is going to pick up more defensive contributions each game than Van Dijk. And Liverpool have not been great off set pieces. And if anything, Van Dijk's almost been screening for Konate a lot of times, and he could have scored a couple. So I actually think Konate is probably the best Liverpool centre-back to go for, despite the amount of individual mistakes that he has made. I think he's the better centre-back out of him and Van Dijk at the moment. If I was on a wildcard, I'd be going Konate instead. You're a college student, enjoy video editing, graphic design. I'm trying to gain experience in a minute, so I do some stuff for free, very little pay. Man, legend. Send me a DM on Twitter or Insta. There's a couple of things that I struggle personally with the graphic design side of it. I do my best with all of the designs, and hopefully people are seeing some improvement, but I'm definitely not fantastic at it. So if you're willing to, I'm not asking for a lot of time. I won't ask you to do a lot, but happy to also publicise that you've done it, etc. Happy to do that. Do I think De Kuyper starts? I do think De Kuyper starts because I also think Joel Veltman is out. So I think that just gives another option for a Brighton fullback. So I think that actually De Kuyper and Kadioglu could start this week for Brighton. So I'd probably play Dusty. Yeah, man. Look, any graphic designers that want to help out with graphics and stuff, give me a shout out. Not give me a shout out, but just message me on Twitter/Insta. And if you have any thoughts of some of the stuff that I can improve potentially for, there's a couple of things. I can talk to you about it. Just DM me. But yeah, also if you have any thoughts, also let me know. Hey, Tiger and Gainer, what's up, Pete? How are you, bro? Pete, by the way, are you in London? I can't remember where you are based because you're an Arsenal fan. I think you're in London. If you are, I'm actually around in London at the moment. So if you want to grab a beer, I know I missed you when you were out in Sydney. Be good to grab one. I don't need graphic design. I need TED Talk and Leeds United. Yeah, so I think here, Abdullah, going back to, I love Rob. He's just literally my favourite guy. Yeah, I think on your team this week, I'd be interested to start Dubravka and Estev and back Burnley to keep out Aston Villa. But if you're going to play Watkins and Rodgers, then obviously you just play Sanchez, and then I would play Diouf, Pedro Porro, and De Kuyper. So I think your call for your team is: do you think Villa score against Burnley, or do you think Burnley can keep them out? I think if you think Burnley keep them out, you go Dubravka, Estev, De Kuyper, Pedro Porro with Nico Williams and Diouf on the bench. Then I would probably spend your transfer on a Rodgers to a Gordon or a Watkins to a Gyökeres or Walter Marder or Strand Larson for 1 week punt. If you think that Villa are going to score, then obviously Sanchez in goal. You play Watkins and Rodgers, and I think the punt. Then you probably roll the transfer because I quite like the rest. I think Haaland, Watkins. I'd probably bench Wood, and then it would be Wood, Estev, and Nico Williams on the bench, and I'd play the rest of them. That's probably where I'd go, Abdullah. So I think You got to make the call on whether you think Villa score or not against Burnley. If you think they do, you roll the transfer. If you think they don't, I think you transfer out Watkins. Hey Dylan, what's up, man? You're back in Perth. All right, fair enough, mate. Fair enough. That's all right. Well, hopefully I'll catch up with you at some point. We'll be able to grab a beer. Campbell, would you bench boost this Dubravka, Strand, Larson, Gibbs, White, and Estev? Yeah, probably would. But it depends what your actual team is. So start Diouf instead of Nico. Yeah, I would start Diouf instead of Nico. I think he's just got more attacking potential. I don't think Forest keep a clean sheet against Newcastle. I mean, I don't think West Ham also keep a clean sheet against Arsenal, but I think I'd go Diouf. Certainly will if I come over to Perth, mate. You'll be one of the first 2 people on my list. I've got one other mate that lives out there that he used to play for Western Australia. He used to play cricket for Western Australia, David Moody. I've got to hit him up for a beer. Yeah, guys, if you are watching, please give a like to the stream, subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. I do really appreciate it, and it will, of course, help the channel. And anybody else that wants their teams rated, put your team ID in the chat. Someone, I believe, I think it was Isaac that just put his in. 3394. You're around still, Isaac, right? Sorry, I took a while to get to that. Yeah, there's plenty of time this week, so I'm going to go slowly through the team reviews. Difference is attacking return if one of them can get it. Yeah, I think that Diouf is probably better than Nico for that. Sorry, Abdullah. Were you happy with that, or do you want to discuss a little bit more on your team? Nico and Diouf both better and get clean sheets. Yeah, I agree. Abdullah Diouf with assist Bowen at the weekend. Yeah, I mean that's my thoughts. Campbell, yeah, you'll be next up, mate. Oh, you put your team ID and then took it out. You think you got time to review both my teams? Rob, yeah, man. For sure, 100% for you, man. Isaac, you here, man? Are you here? 32675. I'll put you up next. Campbell. What's your first name? I mean, I'll know when I put your team ID in, but otherwise I'm going to be calling you R-Dog. Just one dilemma for me. Bench Gakpo or JP? JP. Brycey, my man. What's up? What's up, my guy? Isaac, when you're back, can you message the chat and I'll bring you up. And then in the meantime, I'm just gonna do the elusive R Campbell, and I'm gonna find out what his name is. 32675. Ryan, here we are. Pretty good start to the season, mate. Obviously good last week with the triple captain on Haaland. If I think you're new to my streams, if you are new to my streams, you'll know that Rico is an absolute dirty bleep. I stole my triple captain away, otherwise I would have triple captain Haaland. You've done Williams to Timber already. Okay, I like that. I think Timber would probably have been my move out of the Arsenal defenders this week. Cool, Isaac, I'll put you up in a second, mate. Friday kickoff, always a lovely start to the weekend, Brycey. Oh, turn my volume up a tad bit. Sure. Is that better? Oh, that feels like it's a bit too loud. If that's good, let me know. If that's too loud, also let me know. Yeah, Tiger and Good. Oh wow, this is too loud, man. I can't have it up that loud. I can see the mixer. And when it gets too loud, the sound gets pretty bad. So I don't know if it's me. I think the volume's okay. Ricey. Let me know if this is okay for you. Oh, sweet. Okay. It might be also me sometimes speaking away from the mic. New setup, I've got to get used to it. Yeah, so you've done Williams to Timber already. Okay, so that was your one free transfer of the week. So Timber, Pedro Porro, Senesi, really nice at the back. Wow. Watkins, Haaland, Strand, Larson up top. I guess, again, another sort of, like, how do you feel about Villa is probably the thoughts here, Ryan. Like, my personal opinion, I don't feel very strongly about Villa. I think Burnley could potentially shut them out. But they have been improving. I haven't like even their game against Feyenoord in midweek. Like, the first half, they didn't look very good at all. Feyenoord were the better team, in my opinion. Captaining the GOAT. Well, there are a few GOATs, I would say, per my streams. Unk, my guy, what's up? A few GOATs. Mo Kudus was the original GOAT. Jared Bowen, another GOAT. And then any other Leeds player this year is just the GOAT, I assume. Yeah, Tiger, if you can send me your team ID, mate. Ideal. Hunk, my guy, what's up, bro? How's it, bro? But yeah, so I think those are probably things to think about, Ryan. No, Isaac, I was waiting for you to come back, so I'll come back to you next after Ryan. Now you're back. I was talking and saying, are you here? So I'll pull your team up next, and then do Rob and Hunk. Yeah, so. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just didn't think Villa were fantastic, to be honest. So obviously you got Konsa, Rodgers, and Watkins in there. I think I'd have to bench one, if not two of them. I think Strand Larsen, Haaland for me really nice. I think Semenyo nice, Reinders nice, Bruno Fernandes. How can you bench him? I'd potentially bench Gibbs White against Newcastle. So I would have, let's say, Gibbs White, Nico Williams +1 on the bench. So it would either be you bench a Stev and you back Watkins and Rodgers, or you play Gibbs White, you bench Rodgers and Watkins, and you play a Stev as well. So I think you got, again, same for you, Ryan, two options. Bench Watkins, Rodgers, and Nico Williams, play everybody else. Or bench Estev, Gibbs White, Nico Williams. I think that's the way to go. Do you think Xavi and Richarlison will start the game this week? I think Richarlison continues to start. Kolo Muani and Solanke are not quite fit and ready yet. Xavi Simons, I'm not sure, man. Honestly, Spurs have rotated that position quite a bit, and I almost feel like he's a little bit more suited to UCL, Champions League, and non-physicality. Paul, my guy, what's up, mate? What's up, bro? How are you, mate? Looking forward to talking through some free hit teams for you today. No, you have to do it on the PC, Tiger. Sorry, I don't think I have your team ID somewhere easy to find. Normally I keep the ones from the previous week, or I just know a few people's, but I don't have it with me. So you'll have to find it, Tiger. Yeah, so I think that's my thoughts for your team, Ryan. Hopefully that helps, mate. Let me know if you've got any thoughts on that. But I think generally team is good, and like having the benching headaches is nice. Not quite a bench boost side this week, but I think 8 or 9 could be a bench boost week for you as well. Yeah, sorry, Bryce, on that Xavi Richarlison, that's what I got distracted. I think Richarlison starts, and yeah, fresh trim, mate. Fresh trim this week, looking nice, ready to go. Got my birthday's on Saturday this week, so seeing a few mates I haven't seen for a while. Back in UK, hitting the town. If anybody wants a beer, I won't tell you where I'm going, but you can message me. Yeah, so I've got a fresh cut for the beers. Yeah, so I think I keep getting distracted with this comment, but I actually think both will start because Xavi didn't start in the Champions League, came on after 60. I think he probably starts the Premier League, but honestly, like he hasn't played fantastically for Spurs so far. He struggled again, similar to Wirtz, struggled with the physicality. Birthday pressings, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Hoping for a good FPL week. That's my gift. Yeah, Ryan, hopefully that helped your team, mate. Isaac, give me a tired Richie. Isaac, you here, man? Nice haircut, mate. What's up, Nick? Oh, man. Thank you, mate. Thank you. I will send you a photo of the beer that I buy with that. I will actually send it to our members chat. What a legend. Nick, would I do Bruno to Saka? Yeah, I would. I like Saka. I think that's a nice move. Isaac, what are your plans this week for your team, mate? Or, like, you got one free transfer. Have you made one? 2 minutes for my birthday in Australia. Mate, good timing then to tuning in. Did Cuckoo to Burn this week? Any general thoughts for benching and future directions? Yeah, Burn's nice. He's actually playing at left back at the moment for Newcastle. It might continue like that, especially now Livramento's got his injury. So actually, it's quite an interesting one. I feel like Newcastle were really changing their style of play to put more balls into the box to suit the fact they've now got 6'6" Walter Marda. They got Joe Linton. They got literally, we were watching that Newcastle Arsenal game the other day, and it was like every one of their players just monsters. Where's the beers? Well, I gotta have a midnight Australia beer. I will be having a beer when it is my birthday tomorrow. For now, I'll have a water to keep my throat dry. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. The beers will be in London somewhere. If you are in London, DM me. Rob, thanks, bro. Really appreciate you as ever. Any thoughts for benching in future directions? Yeah, so I would go. You got Burn in there. Burn, Anderson, Senesi, Van de Ven. Probably bench Rodon, King, João Pedro. Palace have Everton, right? Yeah, Everton, yeah. Phil, you get me with this name. Every time you post in the chat, I always read it out. This time I paused, but I'm going to read it anyway. Phil McCock, best striker for a 1 week punt, Walter Marda. Yeah, I like Walter Marda. Walter Marda, Strand, Larson, Gyökeres are the three for me. I think Strand Larson might be really nice. No one will have. Yeah, so Isaac, I think for me, João Pedro would be on the bench. And then probably King and Rodon. Yeah, I think for your team, King and Rodon for me. Be very close. Like Rodon would be first on the bench. Rodon was very close between him and Anderson of Nottingham Forest. But yeah, I think that's the way I'd go. And then like going forwards, 0.6 mil in the bank. Like I think what I'd suggest is you've obviously used your wildcard, and like how I feel about team structure going forwards is that I think that it's gonna be optimal to have one like fodder striker, like a Mark Gui or a Chido Obi at 4.3 million, and then spend the money in the midfield. And defence. So I think your defence is nice. Burn, Senesi, Anderson, Van de Ven, Rodon. I'd potentially look, as we go forwards, maybe to move out of Van de Ven and probably into like a Gabriel or a Timber. I think that would just be not like Arsenal's fixture is just really nice. They're the best defence in the Premier League. So if you can get that sort of Van de Ven up to a Timber, I guess it might take you a couple of weeks, which is a bit tricky. But I think their fixtures stay pretty nice now, really, with the exception of Spurs in game week 12 all the way, and Chelsea in 13, all the way through to 17 is like pretty nice for Arsenal fixtures. So I don't mind having double Arsenal defence. If you don't like that, VVD. Oh, sorry, Kanate is where I'd go. Let's see how Chelsea go with the injuries at the back before I think about those guys. But I think Chalobah's a really nice one as well. So yeah, I think that's probably what I think at the back. Like I would want your like back line to be really strong. I think it's going to be super important to have four defenders that are strong, that can pick up DEFCON, or that play for Arsenal or Liverpool. And if both, then great. I would say Arsenal obviously struggle a little bit more with the DEFCON. Liverpool, I would say like Kanate is probably the most likely, given people are like, as you saw in the Palace match, Mateta basically sat on Kanate, so Kanate is going to be getting more defensive contributions, I think, than Van Dijk. Also, I've seen off corners like Van Dijk screening for Kanate quite a bit. So yeah, that's what I would do. Nick, thanks for confirming my second move. Going to bed now. Good luck with FPL. Thanks, mate. Have a good rest. Thanks for staying up for my birthday in Australia. I forgot that it was you were ahead 9 hours. Hope you're able to spend some time with the missus this week, mate. Sunday, make sure she's locked in. I know it's her birthday as well, so make sure you've got no excuse this year. I don't have a birthday party on the same weekend as hers. Hi, Sandrine, if you're around. Yeah, midfield. I think your midfield's nice. Like Reinders, Kudus, Salah, King, Anderson. Yeah, I think the only other thing that I would look to do is when you downgrade that striker, I'd probably look to move King up to like a Caicedo. Like honestly, I think Caicedo I know that he's not like fun from like a fun pick, but just the 4 points every week is just mental. Like the amount of DEFCON that he's picking up, having those two like 5.5 million DEFCON midfielders, if they can pick it up every week, it's gonna be mad. Like it's just mad. Like it just allows you to have like the Salah and Haaland that you have already. It allows you like a little bit more to put some money into that midfield as well. So yeah, downgrading the striker, upgrading the midfield and defence for me is what I'd be looking at going forward, Isaac. Thoughts for keep Anderson? Not if NFO seems not in great form. Yeah, but I think like he's in there for the picking up those 2 pointers every week. 4 pointers with the DEFCON, and B, like he's on set pieces. Set pieces have been huge in the Prem this year, and I think that if anything, Nottingham Forest are going to be poor at the back rather than poor going forwards. And I think Anderson is just a really nice player. I don't agree with moving him on. I would keep him. I would be moving King over Anderson. The DEFCON points are actually huge, like really huge. And I remember doing this video at the beginning of the season saying how important they were, especially for defenders. But just to have that spot in the midfield that you can just play one week and just be like, he'll probably get me 4 points, rather than having to bring on like King or even like hoping Kudus gets a return. Like Anderson, like again, like for me, Caicedo is probably number one now, but Anderson's maybe number one. Maybe Caicedo's like 1.5. I don't know. I think they're pretty even keel. But I'd definitely keep him. I think those are some important slots inside. Guys, quick reminder, please hit that like button, subscribe if you can. Would be much appreciated. That's the subscribe overlay. Caicedo over Enzo as well. See, I like Enzo because he has the ability to pick up DEFCON. He also is on set pieces, and he also gets into the box and scores goals for Chelsea. So for me, Enzo is a hugely, hugely underrated player in FPL this year that I think is going to score quite a lot of points. And while Cole Palmer's out, he's on pens. So, I mean, right now, Enzo is one of my number one picks. One of my number one picks in that midfield. Difficult game this week against Liverpool, but otherwise, one of my number one picks. When Palmer comes back, a little bit less so, but I still think is a good pick. And he would be one of my like higher price midfielders in the team. Like I would say you've got like Saka, potentially Eze if he can play in the 10, potentially Odegaard if he plays in the 10. But I just don't know what Arteta's going to do there at the moment. If he's going to play 2 10s and Rice deeper, I don't think he'll do that. I think he'll just play Eze left wing. Yeah, so that's my thoughts. I will move on to Rob's first team, and then Unk, and then Edvin, and unless I'm an idiot, I don't think Bryce put his team ID in the chat yet, so he's not in there. Yeah, I think see how it goes after the international break. Rob, is this actually your teammate? I don't think this is the right team ID. 13483. Oh, sorry, 4883. That's me. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Yeah, Isaac, come back for your inevitable win in the giveaway at the end. Haven't got time to order the items. Find you privately soon. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, shout out if you need any items from my store. Let me know. That is not what I was trying to show. But yeah, I've obviously got like football merchandise store where you can pick up like hoodies. You can get custom prints on the hoodies. You just need to let me know what you want. You can get mugs. You can get t-shirts. Like I've got like obviously all the different colors you could want. And if you want them customized, again, just like drop me a DM or something if you're after customization, and I can sort it out. Anyway, back to the teams. Just a reminder for everyone. The graphics are so nice. Yeah, I worked really hard on putting together all of those stuff. Like I created all of this stuff myself. So yeah, if you are keen, massively appreciated. If you purchase any of the stuff. Also, I think it's really cool. Like I've got one on now. This is my Sun Heung-min one. And the quality of the hoodies are like so nice. Like so nice, the quality of the hoodies. Internet being body dodgy due to the rain. Bryce, there's your team ID. Yeah, so Leeds team. Gonna need me Benny McCarthy at Porto hoodie. Alright. I can put that in, mate. I can put that in. So Bryce, what are your thoughts on this team? Do you have Tiger? Did you send me your team ID? I haven't seen it in the chat, mate. As soon as you put it in, though, I will. But to be honest, everyone on the list at the moment is all members, so I have to go through them first as well. Yeah, obviously, if you want to skip the queue, become a member, super chat. Either of those allow you to skip the queue. Yeah, Rob, what are your thoughts for this team, mate? Do you have like specific plans? Have you made a transfer already this week in there? Right now, I'm unbiased. Perfect time to be a member. Perfect time to be a member. Yeah, I think Rob said last week he'd stop his Leeds gender if someone became a member last week, and we didn't get anybody. That was one of the first weeks in a while we didn't get any members on this channel. I do feel like it's a bit saturated. Anyway, Sanchez in goal, tough week for him. Lucas Perry still not back for Leeds. Otherwise, I probably would have gone for him. Munoz, Pedro Porro, Cucurella. Ooh, Cucurella, Truefair. I would have Truefair against Fulham, who are missing Muniz, and potentially also Raul Jimenez might have to start Adama Traore up front. So Truefair, Munoz, Pedro Porro is the back three. Kudus, Saka. I know you were thinking Statch to Longstaff. I'll probably just leave it, but you know Leeds better than me, to be honest. So Kudus, Saka, Statch, Reinders, Semenyo's nice. Wood, Haaland, Gyökeres probably would be my two up front. Probably can roll the transfer, mate. Probably can roll the transfer this week, I think. I think you roll. You bench Gudmundsson, Cucurella, and Wood. I would suggest an order, but I know that you're going to put Gudmundsson first anyway. So after Gudmundsson, I'd probably go Wood, then Cucurella. You're added to the list, Tiger. This biased team is going to kill your rank. Yeah, I think you definitely roll that one, Rob. I think that's quite a straightforward one for me. Do you have your other team ID as well? I'll do Unk first. Unk, you here, yeah? Oh, unless you have further things to discuss on that, Rob. But I think that's a straightforward one for me. Benching headache's not too difficult. I think roll is quite a straightforward one. And then I think looking forwards to the future weeks, probably Wood out and upgrade one of the midfielders, maybe a Kudus. Maybe Kudus, maybe a Reinders. Unk, you're here. Okay, cool. 3224149. Uncle Lou, Uncle Drew. Okay. Have you made any transfers this week or still 1 free? Goalkeepers, Dubravka, Verbruggen. Verbruggen in goal this week. Senesi for sure. Tarko, Anderson, Pedro, Munoz. Wow, your defence is so strong. Your team is quite strong. I don't know if I say this every week, but your team always feels over budget. Looks nice. Option 1, Wirtz to Semenyo, Gordon or Eze. Option 2, Munoz or Pedro Porro to Gabriel. I don't think you need to make a defender transfer. Option 3, Watkins to Gyökeres. I'll probably wildcard sometime after the international break. As in, you're not going to wildcard in game week 8, right? Paul, you're home. What's up? Quex, what's up, mate? How are you guys? Good to have you in the chat. Reminder, everyone, if you are in chat, please give us a like, subscribe to the channel. Much appreciated. If you can. Yeah, so I think your back line is very strong. I wouldn't make any transfers in that back line. I think that back line takes you all the way through to your wild card for sure. Wouldn't bother making any transfers there. Foden, Reinders, and Haaland in the midfield, I feel like is very strong on Man City. Yeah, I don't think I need to wildcard in 8. I don't think you do either. I think your team's quite nice. Okay, that's fine then. So then, for me, I think you play 4 at the back, and you probably bench Reinders. Strand, Larson, Haaland, you got Watkins as well. Your team is so strong, man. Like, this is like a bench boost team. Like, honestly, like this is like the fact that you've already used it hurts. What week did you use the bench boost in? You used it in game week 2, yeah. That kind of sucks. You have such a nice team. Should I change Foden to start Adele? No, Foden's in great form, Adele. I'd keep him. K7, my guy, what's up? Good to have you. Haven't seen you for a while. Which 2 should I start between Richards, Munoz, and Jaden Anthony? Ooh, that is tricky. It'd probably be Richards and Munoz for me. Probably be both of them. Probably be the both of them. I'm not expecting a high scoring game, Villa v Burnley. I know Anthony's been in great form, but just not sure it continues. And I think Everton's a good fixture for Palace. They're also very good away from home. Sorry, Unk. This is tough bench. Like I'd probably go Haaland, Strand, Larson, bench Wirtz, bench King, bench Reinders. Is that even possible? That would be 5-2-3. I'm not joking. That's actually the team I would go with. I'd actually be playing a 5-2-3. I'd potentially bench Anderson and move Wirtz to Semenyo. and play Semenyo or Gordon. I don't mind either of those. Yeah, so I would say maybe Anderson, Reinders, and King on the bench, and yes, Quex. Yeah, fresh trim, mate. Fresh trim this week. Thanks, bro. Yeah, I'll put your team in the list. Yeah, I think works to either Semenyo or Gordon. I like Gordon longer term with the fixtures as well, and he's on pens. Like, I think the Newcastle fixtures are quite nice. Like Forest, I think I can see quite a few. Brighton next week, not the cleanest defence. Fulham, reasonable. West Ham, obviously not great. Brentford, not amazing. Then Man City in 12, and then Newcastle fixture run from 13 onwards is mental. But you obviously play a wild card before then. But I don't mind either Semenyo or Gordon. Depends how differential you want to be. If you want to be like, I think I'd say a lot of teams have Semenyo. If you want to be a little bit more differential, you go Gordon. But I do think Semenyo is a real nice pick at the moment. So yeah, I think works out to a Semenyo or Gordon. I don't think Eze, just because I'm not confident in his minutes, and like if he's left wing, he's not as nice as when he was playing in the 10 against Newcastle. Finally caught up a stream playing up for me. Long stuffs on set pieces, as I think Stash will only take free kicks when there's an opportunity for a goal. But yeah, I'll defo roll. Thank you. Yeah, Rob. I just think it's not worth like a transfer. Like, you can use them better elsewhere in the future. And having two is always nice because you can do like a downgrade, upgrade. Paul, what's happening, man? I want to see your free hit teams as well. Remember. Yeah, I think that's what. So no Arsenal this week for me. Yeah, you're going against the grain, Unc. Going against the grain. But do you know what? Often when there's a week when everyone moves into somebody or a team, they don't do anything. Like, what happens if like Nuno just somehow makes West Ham solid and Arsenal win like 1-0, hopefully with the Saka goal. So I've brought Saka in. Adele, my bench will be Mukiele, Guay, Richards, and Petrovic. Do you think do you think about bench boosters to play here? Yes, absolutely. That's a great bench. Great bench for a bench boost. Petrovic, nice because Fulham are missing Muniz and potentially Raul Jimenez as well. Guay and Richards just good potential DEFCON and also clean sheet potential against Everton. Mukiele, I mean Sunderland have been great. Man United have not been amazing. Also could be clean sheet and DEFCON. So that's really nice. Really nice bench boost, Adele. Definitely bench boost. I think you'll wildcard this week, Quex. I've got a wildcard draft ready to go, so I can pull that up. Saka assist for Gyok goal. I can go Gyok assist for Saka goal. I can live with that. You know, I still can't believe that Adam brought in Semenyo. And he scored points for me. Immediately. Timber or Calafiori? Timber, Paul. Timber for sure. Yeah, no worries, Paul. Just let me know when you're around. Who's captain? Salah, Watkins, Gyökeres, and Fernandes. Yeah, I don't really love any of them as captaincy options. Maybe Salah. Yeah, Timber over Calafiori, man. His link up with Saka's really nice. They work really well together. In fact, they work as a really nice triangle with Odegaard often as well. As Calafiori's a little bit deeper, tries to arrive late at that back stick. And Timber's also good on set pieces as well in the box, like a threat. Unc, hopefully that sort of solves your issues. Hopefully, have a think about Semenyo versus Gordon. Happy to discuss that a little bit in the future as well. Yeah, Quex for sure. We'll pull that up at some point once I get through these first few teams. Edvin. Got Edvin, Bryce, Tiger. And then Quex. Actually, Quex just before Tiger. Sorry, mate. It's Quex's member. All members flying in. Who's the best Leeds punter, Rob? Yes. Leave Rob to deal with the chat. Watkins and Rogers with big haul incoming, Abdullah. I'm not convinced, mate. I'm not convinced. Edwin, you here, mate? So just FYI to everyone, I'm taking my time going through the teams today. I want to give you guys some good thoughts. Edwin, also on the Semenyo versus Gordon Valley, if I go Gyökeres up top, if I get Saka, I'll probably go Waltemade or Strand Larsen. Yeah, well, I had that same discussion, and I felt like longer term, the structure of the team that I wanted was for less money in the strike force. So I went for Waltemade and Saka. But I had this exact same thought, Edwin, basically. And my decision, I think the Waltemade versus Strand Larsen was a 50-50 call for me. I just felt like Nottingham Forest who I wanted to target this week, to be honest. And obviously, I've seen Waltemade and I think he looks really good, whereas Strand Larsen is more of a I think he will be good now he's back. So yeah, I think Lou, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That's another beer for me for the birthday bucket tomorrow. I will be having a couple of those beers, so thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you a lot. Ed, have you made any transfers this week? Top G, Yobro, Ekatike for Gyok. Yeah, man. I think that's fine. That's fine. If anyone's buying Gordon, they should captain him versus Angeball. I'm not sure about captaining him. And the reason I also went away from Gordon, like I like the fact he's on penalties, but I also felt like Newcastle were trying to cross a lot more, which doesn't really suit Gordon. He's more like in behind, which yes, that'd probably be beneficial for them later in the games. But I just felt like they were trying to use the height of Joe Linton and Waltemade, of Dan Burn at left back, of all of these like big players they have, and they were trying to work that into the game. Star, I got a few to get through, mate, but I'll add you to the list. But what's good, mate? Abdi. Sorry, I know I was quickly start. Yeah, thank you, Lou, man. Appreciate that. Looking forward to a few beers with some mates tomorrow for my birthday. Timber or Gabriel, top G. Timber, because Gabriel has potential to not be fit this week. I think he will start and he will play, but I would just go Timber just for the safety. Edwin, man, I think you're also, just FYI, no pressure, but I think your membership expired because you're not coming up as the green circle anymore. Devastating. Anyway, you're here now. Your team is here, and you're a long-term supporter. So thank you. And have you actually made any transfers yet so far? Because I think, like looking at your team, you probably have Lacroix, Virgil, Calafiori starting this week. Maybe even Cash as well. I mean. And then midfield, I'll probably bench Harvey Elliott. Gakpo, Enzo, Kudus would all play for me. Haaland would play for me. João Pedro, Ekatike. Saka to Gyökeres. Saka, greater than Gyökeres for sure, but definitely Semenyo / Gordon over Waltemade, Strand Larsen. Yeah, I agree. I'd like to have like Saka and Gordon. I'd like to have Saka, Gordon and Semenyo. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying completely. 2.9 in the bank. So would that mean you go Gakpo out to Saka if you were going to Saka? Is that what you're saying? It does leave me with Gakpo could move to Semenyo. Oh, you go Ekatike down to Waltemade / Strand Larsen, which is basically exactly what I did. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd probably go Harvey Elliott up to Saka, Ekatike down to Walter Strand Larson. Do you have the money for that? If you do, I definitely think that's nice. I can get Anderson, Ekatike for those options. I'd rather move Harvey Elliott than Anderson. I think Anderson is a nice. I know he's 5.4 mil now, but I think he's nice. He just ticks over. He gets 4 points most weeks. I think Gakpo's a solid choice as well, Rob. Tiger, I'm pretty happy with my team. Got in Senesi for Milenkovic as I only had one free transfer, and as I'd used my 3 free transfers. Senesi is a must-have this week, bro. I think he's like number 1 pick for me. 100%. I'll be looking at Senesi. That's a great transfer, Pete. I think if you can go Harvey Elliott, mate, I would go Harvey Elliott. I thought originally he'd be a nice pick, but I just think Villa have not looked great. Strand Larson is now yellow flagged, as in Gabriel. Wolves is the one press conference that hadn't come up for me before I started streaming. So, do you know what? Let me have a little look for you guys. Yeah, okay. I think if he's still suffering with this injury, I would go Walter over Strand Larson. He says he feels like he's walking with a bit of a limp and it's boring, but he wants to play. You saw me on FPL's chat box as subscribed. Yeah, I think that's the other Aussie, like Sri Lankan Aussie guy as well, isn't it? Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Saw an Aussie, Sri Lankan guy living in Australia. I was like, wow. Just supporting the smaller YouTubers, to be honest. Adam, are you surprised how good the promoted sides are doing? If the answer is no, don't. No, I mean, yes, but having watched them, no. Like, I think I would say Sunderland, I didn't expect their players to gel as quickly. But outside of that, not so much. Or Gyökeres, Gordon, Semenyo. You do Elliott, Gakpo, Ekatike to Saka, Gordon / Semenyo. You do Elliott, Gakpo, Ekatike to Saka, Gordon / Semenyo, Walter. I love that. I think that's great. I would do that, Edwin. I don't think you have to move Gakpo, though. Don't think you have to move Gakpo. I think you could potentially save that transfer. If you wanted to. But yeah, I think that's pretty much there. I think you're pretty. Sorry, Gakpo is 7.5. Yeah, I think you're pretty much there with that. I think definitely Elliott and Ekatike, Saka and Walter look like the ones to go for, and then the Gakpo to Gordon / Semenyo, I think could be nice. Could be nice. And then probably just future thoughts. If I'm honest, I like the team. You could move Virgil down to Kanate and then even upgrade Kudus to the other one of Gordon and Semenyo at some point. Gary, what's up, mate? How's everything? Yeah, it's good. It's good. You prefer the Friday deadline? I mean, I definitely don't when I'm in Australia, but in England, it's great. 2:30 p.m. It's absolutely top draw. How's things with you, mate? How is it out in Colombia? Hopefully hot. Bench boost next week, move cash out. Yeah, I mean, your team's pretty sweet, mate. Yeah, next week would be nice for a bench boost. 8 or 9, I think, is good for you, isn't it? I only prefer the Friday with breadline because then my fiance isn't bored when I have it on in the morning. Yeah, I mean it's good to me because then normally I can spend Saturday with my partner, but she's not around now anyway, so Friday's sweet. Yes, he also lives in Sydney. Oh yeah, I normally live in Sydney. That's right. Oh, sorry, the other guy lives in Sydney. Oh, does he? I knew he was Oz. I didn't realise he's Sydney. Oh, that's cool. All is great, mate. Next week I will have a week off, recess week. Nice. That is superb. Absolutely superb, mate. Bet my brother was buzzing. I did not speak to my brother last weekend. In fact, I avoided him as much as possible after Palace got that last minute winner. And do you know what the worst thing was? Like, none of the streams were any good. It was so hard to watch that game. And like, he didn't even see the goal. He was on Sky Sports News and he was like, "Oh, Palace won." And then I get a text like 10 minutes after the game just being like, "We are the greatest team on the planet." And I was like, "Oh my god, here we go." But to be honest, like, Palace were the better team, mate. They should have been about 6-0 up. You're one of his moderators. Unreal. You can be one of mine as well if you want. My pain is just getting through everything. Honestly, like, my struggles are all the team IDs and making sure that I've made a note of everything. You're dead ending your team this week to next wildcard. Nice. Remember to start making the transfer straight away as soon as this game week starts to maximise the price rises, because we've got international break, so you got 2 weeks. You get quite a lot of price rises in there, Gary. Check out my Wildcard Dark Arts video if you haven't already seen it. It's quite a good one to help know what to do for the wildcard. I have exact funds to do Strand Larson to Walter Marder, or do I stick with Wirtz to Semenyo? No, I'd keep Strand Larson. Like, if you've got him, he's not a sell for me. Like, I reckon he probably still starts if he can, and if he does start, like, he's got a chance for some goals. Yeah, just they don't like this Pereira interview is like non-existent anywhere. If anyone can see Vitor Pereira's press conference, like, I literally just haven't been able to see it. I'm sorry, I'm just quickly having a look to see if I can find. Yeah, they've not. They just say it's a doubt. Won't Eze be better than Foden? Not convinced, mate. I think Eze's going to play left. I think if Eze played 10, then yeah. But he's probably going to play left wing, and Foden's been playing so nice for Man City. So I probably prefer Foden. I've changed my mind after having seen Odegaard play midweek for Arsenal in the 10 so well. When is the deadline? It is 3 hours. So 6:30 p.m. UK time. Yeah, I'd stick with Wirtz to Semenyo, Unk. Gary, I think I screwed up by bringing Gabriel this week instead of Timber. Look, I think 70% likely that Gabriel still starts, Gary. Also, Brycey, are you here, mate? I'm going to bring your team up now. Brycey, Quex, Tiger, and then Star Abdi. Is the list at the moment. And then if I have forgotten or missed your number, as I said, if anybody does like join in all my streams and wants to be a mod and help me keep track of these, that would be great. Vitor Perez said Matt Doherty out because of wrist surgery, and Strand Larson not 100%, but is still training with the team. Yeah, I think Strand Larson starts, man. Like, I think he starts, but he is struggling. I just wouldn't move him out. Yet. Especially in your situation, Unk, where I think Wirtz Semenyo just makes more sense. Gabriel doesn't start to rest him until post-international break. That's not confirmed, Rob, just FYI, because I listened to Arteta's press conference and he said not concerned with Gabriel, but obviously Arteta lies all the time, so you just can't trust what he's going to do. So like I personally think Gabriel's probably 70% to play, if he's not like unfit at all. Elite Crew. Hey mate, hope you're good. Who would you bench out of Ruto, Reinders, Evan Nilsson, or Mateta? That's a start. We got 1, 2, 3, 3 before you, Abdi. I'm kind of sorry, Bryce. I would bench. I don't know. I'm finding this quite tough to pick. I just feel like they're all sort of mid picks. Be between Evan Nilsson and Ruta for me. I think it'd be Evan Nilsson. But I think that's a really tough one, mate. Do you think Wirtz would do anything? I lost faith in Gordon against Forest. Yeah, I don't think he'll do anything. I just think he's not quite got up to scratch with the physicality in the Premier League and like the low block that Liverpool are facing consistently. He's not been able to pick it apart yet. Yeah, sorry. So Brycey, option 1, Roll and Pray. Option 2, Selm Bumo, Foden for Semenyo / Foden for Semenyo as a Gordon. Adiv Archibald, who should I start 2 out of 4? Hang on, Adiv, I'll come to your question in a second. Abdullah, stop putting that out in the stratosphere. We don't want Arsenal assets to blank. Someone did that last week and then they conceded, and I was like, no, get that out of the world. Looking at your team, Bryce, hang on. Van de Ven, Gabriel, Senesi, nice. Nico Roden probably on the bench, Cavalry, yeah. Bruno, Foden, yeah, okay. You got a lot of. I know you're a United fan, so you can tell from your team. Difficult to advise you to sell any of those United players ahead of Sunderland. If I was advising anything, it would probably be to move Xavi Simons. But you got one free transfer? Oh, how many frees you got? Sorry, Bryce. Actually, let me check your game week 5. It'll tell me. So you just got one free transfer. I think you should roll. To be honest, mate, I don't really love it. Didn't we discuss this wildcard team? How did we come to this as a conclusion? 2 United midfielders. There's no way I advised that. This must have been a you decision. Thought we would have spoken about it. Why couldn't you say this when they played Leeds? 1 free, yeah. It'd just be nice if you had 2 threes to move a couple of guys around. Yeah, I was like, honestly, like, it's just hard to advise. Like, I'd obviously want to go out of like one of the Bruno or Mbumo, and like, I actually think Sunderland, like I said to you earlier in the week in the in our members chat, like I think that Man United is a good game for Sunderland, rather than Sunderland is a good game for Man United at the moment, which is a concern. I think you roll the transfer, hope for the best, and then you move one of those United players out next week before they play Liverpool, or both. And you probably then make a call on whether you go Anthony Gordon, Semenyo, Saka, Eze. You probably have at least one, if not two, of those next week. I think you've got a roll. Your other option is you bench Xavi and you play Rodon against Spurs. Bit of a rogue one, but you could do that. But I think I would just play. I think Xavi starts. He came off the bench in the Champions League, so I think he starts the league. So I'd go with the same starting lineup, to be honest. I'd go with the same starting lineup you've got here. I'd have Rodon first on the bench, and then DCL, then Nico. Cap, what's up? Cap C, my guy. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I think after the international break, having two transfers is nice. Yeah, the bench, I think, Rodon, Calvert-Lewin, Nico Williams. Same bench. No changes. Captain Haaland. Ardiv, yep, add you to list, mate. Sorry, and also you said, who should I start? 2 out of 4. Munoz, Truffaut, Reinders, and João Pedro. João Pedro bench for sure. Munoz, Truffaut, Reinders. I think the Munoz versus Truffaut versus Reinders is a little bit more tricky. I think Truffaut gets a clean sheet, because especially if Jimenez and Muniz are out, then Fulham have to start Adama Traore up top. Munoz could also keep clean sheet against Palace, against Everton, could also get returned. It'd probably be João Pedro and Reinders. And Reinders. That's what I would do. But I'll add you to the list of people to go through. 803-2140. Okay. Hopefully that's helpful. Brycey, Bruno captain, Foden should get the nod start. Yeah, Foden should start. He's been in great form. Press conference, Pep was talking about how good form he is and that he should be in the England team. So Foden will start. Someone else has DCL. Yeah, Bryce has been listening to a lot of Rob's Leeds propaganda. He's already got two Leeds players in this side. I think Xavi Simons starts, yeah, because he didn't start in the Champions League. I wouldn't say I'm certain on that one, but I think he starts. Quex, then Tiger, then Star/Abdi, and then Capsy, and then Ardiv. Quex, you around, mate? Bryce, obviously come back to me with further questions if you need them. Don't captain Bruno. I mean, you could actually captain Bruno this week over Haaland, but it'd be wild. Thanks to Rob, the Leeds bug has infected you. I've got Tiger and then you, Star. Bryce, 3.2 mil, not too bad, mate. Couple of good weeks away. Slowly climb to that top 1 mil. Worth selling Van der Ven to Gabriel, Matthew Watch, sure, no, because Gabriel might not even start this week. There's potential that he is out with a small knock. I'd say 70% likely to play, but I wouldn't sell Van der Ven to Gabriel. One player to keep an eye on is Mintate. Yep, he's one of the guys that I had in that in my data last week. I thought he was really nice. All right, quick. So have you made any transfers yet this week? Oh, you were thinking about wildcarding, weren't you? You went Milenkovic to the good player Senesi. Is that what you did? What does a wildcard 8 team look like? Yeah, I think we'll do it. I think we'll have a look, because I'm going to have a look at a wildcard 7 team that I. In fact, Quex, maybe this is the time to have a look at a wildcard 7 team while we're doing you, because you were asking about it. Thoughts on Salah? Do not know who to get to replace, really. Maybe Saka, but don't like his minutes. No, you should get Saka. You should get Saka or Haaland. Well, I mean, you should have Haaland. Adam, will you do a proper wildcard video for Game Week 8 international break? Sure. Why not? Why not? Wildcard videos is the most popular videos in FPL, to be honest. If you're an FPL content creator and you don't do a wildcard video, like, it's not a good idea because that's where you get the most views. It hits on the YouTube search, to be honest. It's real difficult for, like, please, if you guys can subscribe to my channel and watch my videos in the week, super helpful for my channel growth, and I would really appreciate it. And like, it does take a lot of effort to put in, and it's different, I would say. Like I say, mine's different, and I think I give some interesting points of view. Yes, FPL Hippie, my guy, how are you, bro? Thank you for always joining, man. Appreciate having you in these chats. Yeah, great to have you. Need a score predictions, please, before the stream ends. Oh yeah, we need to do that late on, I think, Bryce. I actually need to do my score predictions for Twitter, my Twitter league. Was this my wildcard? No, this is my current team. My game week 7 wildcard. This was what I had, and okay, maybe this is a little bit rogue. Just FYI before people start talking to me. Wonky. And with the news on Strand Larsen, this could definitely be Walter Marder. And potentially, having heard that news, probably will be Walter Marder. But this is roughly what I'd be looking at. Roughly. Let's say this becomes Walter Marder. He would probably play this week over Anderson. I have 1.9 mil in the bank. Like, Virgil could easily be Canate as well. But this is probably roughly what I'd be looking at. And you like, there is money that you can easily go to, like an Anthony Gordon over Caicedo or Anderson. You don't see Tottenham players. See, I don't think they're a necessity personally, because I think up top, when Kolo Muane and Solanke become fit, Richarlison's not going to be 90 minutes every game and not going to be locked. In the midfield, you've really only got Kudus, who's a little bit more of an assist threat than a goal threat. Versus Leeds. Yeah, Leeds are a gun, mate. Leeds are a gun. So, yeah, I don't really love it. And I think, like, probably from around game week 10, I'd be looking to bring in, like, Ismail Assar into this team. I think you can start with him if you want in here. Like, he could potentially be in over an Anderson. I think I probably prefer the Caicedo pick over Anderson slightly at the moment. I don't know. I think they're very close for me. We'll see how they go with Ange. But I think probably from game week 8, I'd imagine things don't change too much. Like, I do think this, if from game week 8, that could easily be Strand Larsen. Like, that slot could be a Strand Larsen. And really, the money is there to even upgrade GUI, really. But I'd rather have that money to move around these players. I think having a strong back 5 is really important, that all can pick up DEFCON. I think Sunderland have been good defensively, and I know their fixtures are tricky. So if you did want to go for a Rodon instead, that's definitely a possibility, or even an Estev from game week 8. Not yet, Star. It's You're next. I missed that comment, G-Van. Sorry, mate. Feel free to post again. So yeah, this is my sort of what would be a 7/8 maybe wildcard. I have a little bit more of a think about it next week once we get through these games, but I think this is roughly what I'd be looking. Yeah. Cool. And then, yeah, I can obviously show you mine at some point as well, like my plans, but let me just go back to your team, Quex, for now. Sorry, yeah, Tiger, you are next, and then it is Star. Apologies. My bad. And then it's, yeah. Tiger, Star, Capsy, Ardiv is the order. Or Pete, Abdi, Capsy, Ardiv. If I take Bruno out of your team, of my wildcard team, it'd be Anthony Gordon for Anthony Gordon probably. Would be what I would do. But yeah, otherwise, if you're not planning to wildcard, I would say with this team, I think you did Milenkovic to Senesi, so Pedro Porro, Senesi, and Estev at the back. Reinders, Gakpo, and Dai. Xavi Simons, Haaland, Wood, Gyökeres. Neto on the bench with Diouf and Rodon. Leave the FPL before the FPL leaves me. No, Six, don't say that. What's going on? What's going on? Your team can't be doing that bad. Can't be. Can't be. I don't believe that. Okay, Tiger. Hopefully that helps, Quex, mate. Let me know if you got further comments on there. All right, Pete, what we saying, mate? Do I want to have a bet? Yeah, come on, do bets between my members rather than me losing a bet every week. Where is Rico this week? Actually, he messaged me privately in the week for some help, so maybe he couldn't make the stream. FYI, guys, if you do need help in the week, please post comments on my YouTube videos rather than ping me on like Twitter or Insta DMs. Like, if you need to screenshot a team, fine, but just post a comment on YouTube saying that you've done that, because I don't really check the DMs that good. Yeah, Star, you're next after Tiger. Yeah, I got your number, so that's a bit different, Pete. Learn my lesson from Adam. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Abdullah. Stick to those guns, mate. Stick to those guns. 6 RG to list, mate. Pete, so what are we thinking this week, mate? I can't remember what we said in the week, to be honest. Makaki, I will also add you to the list. Cap, one more, and then you. So you got Star and then you, mate. Adam subscribers on more leads assets. Petrovic in goals, nice. Richards at the back. You got one free transfer. Richards, Van de Ven. Probably a Stev. Over D for Milenkovic. The transfer could be Milenkovic to Senesi here. Eze and Dai, Reinders, Bruno, Semenyo. They've all got to play. Haaland plays. Gyökeres plays. João Pedro bench. João Pedro bench. Diouf bench. Transfer Milenkovic to Senesi. And bench. Van de Ven. Steph. Bench is Steph. I think. Yeah, Friday night game, N1 AFE. It's Bournemouth v Fulham. Bournemouth v Fulham tonight. I think 8 o'clock kickoff. Yeah, no -4. Don't take a -4. I agree with Rob. It's something you won't hear me say too often. Tiger, Arsenal. Ah, another Arsenal fan in the chat. Yeah. Are you another one with Tiger that goes to all the Arsenal meetups and stuff? Legends. FPL says game week 8 Wissa back. I mean, no, what I heard is Wissa's not going to be back until November, and he suffered a setback in his injury recently. So I don't know what FPL says, but I don't think that's correct. It might have been recent news on Wissa, to be honest, but the latest update on him was he's not going to be back till November. So, yeah, I wouldn't worry about him until like game week 10 at least. N1 AFE, I've used all my chips. That's fine, mate. Honestly, I think that was a good option. I genuinely think using the chips early was a good strategy. It probably didn't work out for a lot of people this year, just because I would say a lot of unexpected things have happened at the beginning of the season, which has been unfortunate for people on good strategies. But if you do have your chips, then you are in for some nice movements. But I think it's pretty easy with transfers this year, to be honest, because you got so many transfers, and with having strong defence and not having to make a lot of transfers at the back, you just spank those transfers on the midfielders and the forwards. I was looking at my transfers going forward, and it feels pretty easy. Yeah, your team looks good, Tiger. I think my Milenkovic to Senesi would be the one transfer for this week, if you haven't made any at the moment. Milenkovic to Messi, and then the bench I had was Van de Ven, Esteve, João Pedro. And then, yes, stick your captain on Haaland again, and you're sweet as. Coleman and Abdi, you're in the game, mate. You're in the game. No, even. Sorry. Dan Burn, come on, Adam. Dan Burn? What did I say about Dan Burn? I like that. Dan Burn's playing at left back at the moment for Newcastle. It's quite nice. And he's really they're hitting some, instead of Senesi, mate, I think Senesi is an absolute, Fulham also missing Muniz and potentially also Raul Jimenez this week. Adama Traore might have to start up front for them. Senesi's smashing up the DEFCON. Could get a clean sheet. He's got a couple. I think he's got 1 or 2 assists already this season. I like Dan Burn, yeah, but I think his DEFCON potential is a little bit weaker at left back as well. But I think his offensive potential maybe is a little bit better. He's been getting in the box. Maybe some flick-ons for assists. I said bench Goodmanson, Rob. But, I mean, you know better than me for the Leeds assets, mate. Adam, are you forcing me to make a move from Nico to Senesi? What did we say? Didn't we come up with a strat for you? If I didn't say that, then no, you don't need to. Maybe you had a good rest of the team. But I just felt like for the teams where they were struggling with the defence, then they should have Senesi. All right, 1 free transfer next week in your wildcarding. Okay, cool. So this week we're looking at Anderson, Verge. Oh, mate, your team's all right. Why are you wildcarding? Semenyo, Bruno, Ndai, Anderson, Sarr. Midfield's all right. I guess the Watkins is a problem. I think you can just roll, mate. Oh, you're wildcarding next week, so you wouldn't want to roll. So you want to take a punt on someone, just Watkins to Gyökeres. Watkins to Gyökeres. It's kind of hard. Your team's really nice. It's almost a bench boost week. I'd probably bench boost this team. No, I'd bench boost this team, mate. Watkins to somebody that you think is going to do well. And bench boost the team. I guess Villa got Burnley. Just keep Watkins. He might do well. What about Mateta to Walter Marder? I mean, you don't really even need to make a transfer. You could just bench boost. And then you can wildcard into a team where you've got one 4.3 million striker, which is what I would recommend. and you don't have to worry about a bench boost in the future. I actually think this is a very bench boostable team star. I think you can roll the transfer and bench boost. If you really want to make a transfer, you get rid of Sanchez. Yeah, Instagram, please, Paul. If that's probably easier. Hey man, what's up, bro? Radu, what's up, mate? Customary checking, still kicking myself for forgetting to TC Haaland last week. Yeah, I mean, at least you had a triple captain to play on Haaland. Bloody Rico stole mine. Mark, raving mad. Hey, Mark, I had a question for you, man. I've been trying to get in touch with you. I haven't been able to. Let me remind myself what the question was. Oh yeah, the question was you got gifted. I think you got gifted membership for the year. Sorry, not for the year, for the month. And I just wanted you to flick me your like WhatsApp. You got gifted an elite membership. So if you flick me your WhatsApp number and your Gmail account, I can add you to our WhatsApp group chat if you want to continue being a member. And you can also have access to my like API FPL spreadsheet for all the data and stuff that you can review as soon as it goes to FPL. So if you are interested in that, just flick me a DM on Twitter or Insta with your deets and I'll add you. How am I reviewing the teams, John David? If you give me your team IDs, I am pulling your teams up on screen here like stars. And then I'll just talk through your teams. Otherwise, Mark, worth it taking -4 and sell Milenkovic or Livramento for an Arsenal or Newcastle defender who will start for the next several weeks? No, don't take a -4 for it. Just make the transfer when you can, because -4, like even if they keep a clean sheet, you're not really making anything. Ardiv, I got a couple before you, mate. I've got Caps. I got Cap and then you actually, Ardiv. Almost you. John, so if you chuck your team ID down below, I'll add you. Watkins should be fine this week. Keep it wildcard into DCL. You start. No, don't do this. Thought you were stuffing this Leeds propaganda. N1 AFE Raya, Gabriel Porro, Senesi, Enzo, Anthony, Bruno, and Gyökeres, Haaland, Pedro. Yeah, it's nice. I don't really like João Pedro in N1 AFE, but otherwise it's nice. At this point, triple captain DCL versus Rob. Yes, Cat versus Rob in a straight shootout for talking would be pretty funny. Sorry, I didn't even notice the membership, mate. Well, thanks. I just started answering. Yeah, potentially, Mark. If you do want to continue with the membership, then yeah, just flick me. How can you gift membership, Gary? I think at the bottom where there's like show your support, you can gift membership. In fact, I am able to send some gifted memberships free. So I will gift a few memberships out and let's see who gets them. N1 AFE Dusty, unreal, very nice. There you go, 5 new members gifted. So yeah, if you go down to show your support for the English Aussie where the super chat is, and then you can do like membership gifting, and you're allowed to gift memberships. So those are my 5 free memberships that I have gifted. And yeah, if you would like to continue on with those in future, like after the month, then you'll obviously need to pay. They don't roll over, but if you do, then just let me know and give me your WhatsApp and Gmail, and I can give you access to our elite membership and WhatsApp group, and also the FPL API spreadsheet which I maintain, which is basically live data, basically pulls directly from the FPL website, the live data and stats, and I've put it into like an FPL planner, so I can maybe show you what it looks like here on screen. So you can see, like, I've organised it. You can see the data. You can see, like, goals, assists, bonus, all of that stuff. It all automatically updates as soon as it's ready. I've got it for midfielders, and I've got it split by all the different price points as well. So, like 5.5 to 7, 7.5 and above. And then the defenders, and I've also got my own formulas in there for like defensive contributions estimated and stuff, and you'll be able to see all of that stuff. If you become a member of the channel, of course. So yeah, feel free to continue on with the membership. If not, subscribe, like the video, and yeah, just keep joining the live chats. Appreciate all of you guys in there. Matt, you're welcome, NYAFE, and Dusty as well. I think you were the first ever person to super chat me on this channel, Dusty. So, very well deserved. And yeah, of course, let me know if you'd like to continue on in the future. I can reach out as well. But if you guys drop me a note on Insta or Twitter, I can add you to the WhatsApp and API. So feel free to do that. Howdy, Darren. How are you? Good to see you in here. Capsio wanted it. Sorry, mate. It's not. It's just a random allocates to 5 people. I can gift them. Yeah, Abdullah. Sorry, they haven't launched it in Pakistan. I did reach out to YouTube for you to see if they would allow you to subscribe to membership, but they said that they just don't do it in Pakistan. Paul, legend, gifted 1 membership. Madikar, thank you so much, Paul. What a legend. Appreciate. I'm sure Madikar will appreciate that, and I definitely appreciate that. So thank you very much. Absolute legend, Paul. Paul's also someone who's enjoying the quality of my FPL hoodies. Or my custom hoodies that you can purchase from my store, and I will be doing a giveaway at the end of the stream for a discount, like 10% off in the stores. Quex is not available in Ghana, but I tried to beat the system. How do you do it? Through VPN? There's only one Paul Van Rensburg. That's right. There's only one Paul Van Rensburg. Paul, absolute legend, mate. I did talk to YouTube, Abdullah. I did. They said they wouldn't do it in Pakistan. It's just there are a few countries. Potentially, speak to Quex. It sounds like it's not available in Ghana, but maybe you can do a VPN. When someone sends a membership, how do I claim it? It's random, Capsy. Sorry, mate. I'm sure you'll get one eventually. Do you think Pedro to Calafiori? Pedro Porro to Calafiori? I wouldn't go to Calafiori. I'd go to Timber. I'd probably go to Timber over Calafiori. And I'd wait another game week and then probably go Gabriel after the break. I don't think I'd make a transfer star. All right, sorry. So next on the list was Capsy. There you go. Great timing. Capsy, Ardiv, and then Sux. Rico! What's up, Rico? Oh, Gary! What an absolute ledge. Gaz, you're a top guy, mate. You're an absolute top guy. Thank you so much for the gifting. And I'm sorry, Capsy, that you didn't get it yet. Radu, can I help out with your team? Started a week late, don't judge. No judgment here, mate. And if anything, if you started a week late, you're still in with a chance. So, as we've seen from Rob, his week 2. I think was it week 2 team almost overtook your team week 1 team. Paul, you've just made not talk about Leeds anymore. Quite sad, but also going to be great for Adam now. Rob, I will not hold you to that. I absolutely love you talking about Leeds and being in the chat. So, yeah, no stress. Always to build the community, Adam. Thanks, Paul. Could you help Star, Adam? What did I miss? Yeah, sorry, Star. Pedro to Carafolli. I don't think so. I think you just go for it. Play that bench boost. I would stick to I tell you what, if you want to go Pedro Porro out, I'd go to Jurian Timber over Calafiori. I don't mind that transfer if you do want to do it. I think it's a fine transfer. But I think you can easily just roll and bench boost. You can't always trust what Cap says, Abdullah, mate. You can't trust him. John David, Gary, Christmas came earlier. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Yeah, Cap, this, yes, Rico, I've got Ardiv, Suku, Radu, and then you if you put your team in the team ID down below. Don't believe Cap, man. I don't believe he's anyway. Anyway, Cap, your team, mate. You took a -4 last week, did you? Oh yeah, I remember. That Tavernier pick. Sorry about that. That sucked that Clivert came back in. Yeah. So this week you got the Salah Haaland. So I think Stev, Dorgu, Van de Ven, Salah, Fernandez, Reinders, Caicedo. Ooh, Isidore. Mateta Haaland. All right, so what do we? I think here, Cap, and this is nice because this week we're gonna have some time to discuss this one. But once again, shout out to Gary, absolute legend, mate. Thank you so much for those gifted memberships. And if any of you have been gifted memberships, please reach out on DM on Twitter or Insta. I think the gifted ones are elite membership, if I'm not mistaken. If they're not, and you would like to upgrade to like elite, send me a DM with your WhatsApp number so I can add you to the chat, and a Gmail account so I can give you access to the FPL API. So Cap, let's talk, because I think this is probably the most interesting one your team has been for a while. Thinking Nico Williams and Tavernier to Senesi and Minte / Anthony for a -4. Yo, is Gabriel injured? Not confirmed. They said he suffered a little knock. Arteta's press conference was he's not concerned, but you never really know if Arteta's telling the truth or not. So, Rob, absolutely no problem, mate. Absolutely no problem. Yeah, so I think Gabriel's probably about 70% to play, is my thoughts, Rico. But yeah, chance that he's unavailable. Sorry, Cap. The thoughts for your team, I guess, are Manchester United v Sunderland. How we think that game is going to spin out. Like, do you think that United can keep a clean sheet, or do you think Sunderland are going to score? If you think Sunderland are going to score, then I think you got to play Isidore, and then you don't play Dorgu. Yeah. Okay, well, then I think you play Isidore. Then I think you go Isidore, Haaland, and Mateta. You bench Tavernier, and then you've got Dorgu, Estev, Van de Ven is your three that you'd play. You'd potentially play. Sorry, Paul. I can pull you up next. My apologies. So you can potentially play Dorgu for an attacking threat, or you can use your transfer this week to move I think start Gabriel, because he either plays or doesn't. Rico, sorry. As of now, Caicedo, Nico Williams, and Diouf with Dorgu. So I think your bench should be Diouf, Nico Williams, Tavernier, probably. Unless you make a transfer for one of your defenders. Well, you got 0.7 in the bank. I'd consider one of your defenders to a Senesi. So either a Diouf, a Dorgu, or Nico Williams to a Senesi. And then play that person. So let's have a look at fixtures going forwards a little bit. Let's have a look at fixtures going forward. So West Ham. Brentford, Leeds, Newcastle, Burnley, Bournemouth. Okay. Burnley actually, reasonable. So keep hold of a Stev. Nico Williams, Forest, not really great. And then Dorgu for United. I think Dorgu you can hold. Like, after Liverpool, United's fixtures are decent. So I'd probably go Nico Williams. I think it would be Nico Williams to Senesi. And then I'd just play Senesi, Van der Ven, Stev this week. I wouldn't do a -4. I wouldn't do -4. Yeah, straight swap Nico Williams to Senesi. Yeah. Sorry, mate. I didn't see you said that. I think I saw the -4, but you only care about Dorgu attacking wise, not defensive. Yeah, okay. I mean, then you got the choice. Okay, so I think Nico Williams to Senesi. Don't take a -4. I don't think it's worth it for sure. On your bench, Tavernier, I think for sure needs to be on the bench, given that it looks like Clivert might be making his way back into that team. And then Diouf for sure. And then I guess you choose between Estev and Dorgu if you want to just play Dorgu for the attacking return, or if you want to play Estev thinking he might be able to keep a clean sheet and get DEFCON against Villa, which is potential. Nico Williams, Senesi, and bench Estev. Okay, yeah, I think that's a good then, Cap. I think that's a pretty nice team this week. I think you could be on for a good one. And then I think Cap Haaland. F around, find out. Sunderland will win, never mind scoring. Oh, hang on. Abdullah's in with a bet with Rob, is it? Oh, superb. Spurs are going to beat Leeds. That hell that destroys us both. It will destroy one of us. This is worse than Adam triple captain. Oh my god. That's well funny. That is actually really funny. I love that we've got this guy. No, don't, no -24s. No, we can't. None of that. Don't be doing that. Do something like, I don't know. No, you can't. -24 hits. You can't do that. It's too much. No, don't even do don't do a minus, man. That actually wrecks the teams. Do like I don't know. You guys have probably maybe played your triple captain already, but maybe it's like they get to pick a week. They get to pick the week that you free hit or triple captain. I feel like that's quite like me and Rico like have some sort of reasonability. Like if we were like the loser takes a -24, I would he'd be blocked permanently. Nah, stop with the minuses. Don't do any minuses. That just kills your team. Like, what's the fun in that? Yeah, I think that's better. Or they pick who you captain next week. I think that's quite good. Yeah, Cap C. That's nice. That's quite funny. I think last year, Rico, you picked who I captained for for the next week. That was what we did last year on the bet. Bloody Jarrett Bowen scored past me. Paul, you sent. Would you bench boost with Gabriel, James Dino, 1991? If my bench boost was really nice, I would, James Dino. The loser has to support Arsenal. That's the best one. Sorry, Arsenal fans. Paul, you sent me on Insta, yeah? Let me pull up your team while we got all this stuff going on. Okay. Is this your current team, Paul? Oh, you're on free hit, yeah. It's Mahmoud-Ashvili. So, I also have a free hit team for you that I thought about earlier. So, I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll look at this first. I'll see what I like. Mahmoud-Ashvili, Timber, Senesi. Do you have any money in the bench here, Paul? Sorry, in the bank here? Yeah, surely you win if Leeds draw. That's so tough. That's so tough. A stalemate we will then do for next week. Mate, Adler's crazy, bro. Adler's like no holds barred. Steel cage match. Anything goes. Timber, Senesi, Burn, Saka, Bruno, Gordon. So I love that midfield. World that is nice. Paul, are you here, by the way? Did you jump out? If you're not here, I'll come back when you are here. But I do also have, I did a free hit team for you earlier. I did my own one to see whether it would be close. But it probably actually, with the Strand Larson news, probably changes a little bit. You don't have any money in the bank? Alright, this is what so Timber, Senesi, Burn, Saka, Fernandez, Gordon, Semenyo. I do really like your midfield. I to be honest, I really like the team overall. I don't think I would. I'm not sure if I would make any changes here. On a free hit, would I potentially go Calafiori over Timber due to the fact that they're playing West Ham and he might get DEFCON against Jared Bowen on the right wing? Maybe. Mohamed Ashvili at 4.3 is quite nice from you. I do like that. This is what I have at the moment, which I guess is sort of a little bit similar to you, but it's more like I use that money for Bruno Fernandes to sort of strengthen the back, like to have an extra strong defender. So I went with Lacroix against Everton for the potential, which also could be Richards if you prefer, but it was like an additional defender that I thought might keep a clean sheet, maybe get some DEFCON. And then I went with Pope in goal over Liverpool. But pretty much, same front line, same midfield excluding Bruno. And then that Bruno money basically allowed me to go Lacroix and Pope in goal. So those are probably the two differences that I have for free hit team this week to what you'd have. I'd probably also that guy on the Rodon on the bench. Maybe you don't have the money to go to Alderette. He's 0.1 mil more, isn't he? But if you did, I'd go Alderette because I think that actually you could even maybe you can go Mukiele. I think he's 4.0. Let me just check. Yeah, I'd go Mukiele at Sunderland 4.0 just because I think they have a chance of keeping it clean against United. And he also picks up DEFCON, so yeah, don't mind Mukiele as well. Hossam Salem, hey bro, it's been a while. I haven't seen you in the chat for a while. I got Saka, Timber, Gyökeres instead of Salah, Pedro, Anderson for a hit. Sure, that's all right. That's a big restructure, so I don't mind the hit. I do fancy cash over Burn and try to get Pope in. Yeah, or you could go Petrovic in goal against a Fulham team who may be missing Muniz and Raul Jimenez. Although I have a funny feeling that Raul Jimenez will play just because they don't have a striker. So what's the bet? What's the final bet? Tottenham beat Leeds or Leeds beat Tottenham? And winner gets to decide the other person's triple captain week. That's jokes. Sorry, what's your change gonna be, Paul? Burn at 5 mil. So you're going to go Burn to who? To be honest, I don't mind your team, mate. Like I'd almost stay with what you've got. I don't know if I'd make the change to go to Cash and Pope. Maybe. Villa haven't been amazing defensively. They've been okay defensively, actually. Rika, I haven't done it yet, mate. Sorry. I got three more before you. Ardiv, Suku, and Radu. I just had Paul to do first. We're just talking through free hits. Petrovic and Burn. Oh, you can fit Burn in then. I thought that you didn't have the cash. You have 0.2 to get Petrovic, do you? Yeah, Radu, I've got Ardiv, Suku, then you, then Rico. Can't afford Petrovic, yeah. I didn't think so. Yeah, you'd have to move Burn to cash, wouldn't you? Who else do I like this week? Do you know who I wouldn't mind? I wouldn't mind Richards of Palace. Chris Richards. That saves you 0.5 mil. Yeah, change Radon to Mukiele. Yeah, I do like your team, Paul. I think if you're confident with that, I would stick to your guns. If you prefer Marmadashvili and Burn over like a 4.5 mil defender and Pope, then go for it. I was just thinking of some suggestions for a 4.5. I think the one I can think of is what did I just say? Is Chris Richards. Chris Richards of Palace, because he can get DEFCON as well. I even don't really mind like Mukiele Eldoret as well. I feel like Sunderland could keep a clean sheet against United as well. This draw goes to game week 8 and we destroy Burnley. Nick O'Reilly seems good for attacking returns too. Yeah, I'm not sure you can fully trust Man City's rotation defensively, but I understand it. I just wouldn't. I don't think I'd want someone like that in my. Maybe on a free hit. Yeah, is O'Reilly 4.5? I thought he's 5 mil. He's 4.9. Doesn't give him enough. Yeah, Richards is nice at 4.5. He's been pretty solid. This is a me team. Yep. All right, Paul. I like it. I'm pretty. I do like your team. Pond is 3.9 and Chirua. Is there a way to save? Are there any like 4.3 mil mids or no? No 4.3 mil mids. And is there any 3.8 defenders yet or no? No 3.8 defenders either. Yep, I think that's good, Paul. Did you have... That was the only team you wanted to show, wasn't it? Okay, let's continue through then, guys. Next is Ardiv. Ardiv, are you here? Yep, cool. Let's grab you and put you in here. Okay, mate. So 2 free transfers this week. KDH is suspended. Yeah, everyone. Where is the KDH train? There was loads of you that were loving him up earlier in the season. Okay, so back line is very strong. You could almost start a back 5 in this team. Semenyo, Salah, Enzo. I'd play 5-4-1. I'd probably play 5-4-1. I mean, alternatively, you could literally make 2 transfers and bench boost. Have you made transfers, Ardiv? You could literally put Dewsbury Hall, Muniz, and João Pedro on the bench and just play 5-4-1. And I'd probably play Dubravka over Sanchez as well. You've made 3 transfers. What were the transfers again? You took a -4 this week with this team. Wow. You're a bold manager. Bolder than I. Is Salah already a differential now? Salah is actually a differential, John. These days he's a differential. But Liverpool have not really showed much for me. So, like, what I'd say about Liverpool is you can see the way the teams are playing low blocks against them. When Slot first came in, teams were having a go a little bit in the first half of the season. Liverpool had to work things out a little bit second half of the season. Honestly, I think this year Ekitike has been our best player, like far and away our best. Him and Gakpo have been our best players. KDH is almost as boring as Ndai. Didn't you have him in, Paul? It was Niels, wasn't it, that had him in? You got Gabriel, Sarr and Gyökeres for Anderson, Salah and Muniz. Wow, you got Gabriel, okay. Gabriel, Sarr and Gyökeres. Oh my god, okay. So, alright, so Anderson, wow, how did you get... Oh, you took out Salah. Alright. Okay, so you probably bench JP, Enzo, and you brought in Gabriel. JP and Enzo's for sure. And then it's between Reinders and a defender for me, who your third bench option is. Gabriel. I mean, Gabriel might not play anyway, to be honest. So it might solve your problem. I'll probably bench Sanchez and play Dubravka as well, by the way. I'd have Sanchez, Enzo, João Pedro on the bench for sure. And then it's probably between Reinders and Truefair and I think Reinders, Truefair, and maybe I don't know. I like Lacroix's DEFCON potential, especially against Everton. He plays super direct. It'd probably be Lacroix though. I think Palace might have a bit more possession. I don't think Liverpool's defence is leaky. I don't think you're going to get Chelsea scoring like 3 goals against them. I mean, I did watch that Palace game. Palace could have won about 6-1, but Liverpool all over the shop formation. I don't know what they were playing like a diamond or a box 4 in the midfield in the first half, and it just did not work. And then they brought Gakpo on, was so much better in the second half. Mark, for sure, I'll add you to the list. I've got 1, 2, 3 people to do before you, and then I'll pull you up. Bench Lacroix. I think I'm going to bench Lacroix and 1. Okay, well, bench Lacroix and then Enzo and João Pedro for me. Yeah, I think Senesi's like my number 1 pick this week. But Truefair, Munoz, like all these guys, potential. Sure, Rob. Make sure to add. Hopefully that is helpful, Ardiv. Let me know if there's more that you need, or if you want to discuss further, but I'll keep cracking through. Where are we? How long have we got going on here? 2 hours. 2 hours to deadline. We've been going for 2 hours, eh? That's good. Reminder, guys, if you can, and you're enjoying so far, please smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Really appreciate that. Okay. $10891679, Rob. I feel like most of the team could get points. I'll be frustrated anyway. No, I don't think so. I think João Pedro and Enzo, like, I'd be pretty happy benching them. I'd say Enzo I'd play over João Pedro, but I think this week I'm playing. Am I playing Enzo this week? Oh no, this is, if it helps you, this is my bench. Rodon, Enzo, João Pedro. They're even behind Rodon on the bench. Yeah, I think Enzo's a fantastic pick. I just think it's not a good fixture. I think Enzo's probably one of my number one picks in, or not my number one, but one of my top picks in midfield, especially without Palmer. Sux, are you here? Sux, Radu, Rico, and then Mark and Rob 2. Sux, you are here. I see you. I'm looking forward to seeing which Chelsea player's going to score me -3 this week, Darren. That's right, mate. G'day, Bernie. What's up, man? How are ya? Guys, I need a good week, man. Like, this is my birthday week. Tomorrow is my birthday. Surely FPL gives me a good result for the birthday. yeah, Enzo red card. That'd be mental. I'd love João Pedro to get another sending off. That'd be funny. Banned from Champions League and Premier League. Unreal. He's not, FY, but I was just saying he might do. All right, Six, what are we saying here then, mate? Wow. Was that really what happened last week to your team? Is this real? Oh my days. That is crazy. I've actually never seen anything like this. And it's not like you even benched the wrong people. That is absolutely mental. And you actually started not too bad. You started pretty well. Sorry, I don't mean to chuckle, but that is outrageous. Also, like, mad unlucky. Like, a lot of those picks, I'm sort of like, that's cool. That's a nice team. John, I did not see your ID, mate, get put in the chat. I'm very sorry. But now I'm looking back and I see that I missed it. It was 7415926. Sorry, I think we were chatting away. That's when we were gifting memberships around. You were just before Radu, so you actually next, John. Sorry, Radu. Guys, also, like, if you want to skip the queue and you get bored of me chatting, become a member, super chat, either of those, you skip the queue, and you don't have to listen to me waffle on. So apologies, but I will get through everybody, so don't stress. But this is, like, I've never seen anything like this. Six. I don't know what to say about it. Like, it actually looks like a decent team. It's just every single person that could have blanked. Makaki, got a few people before you, mate. Got a few people. I actually suck at writing people's names down. Mkaki, can you remind me of your team ID again, mate? Because I don't know why I'm just being a dumb twat and I keep missing things. Sorry, I'm normally a bit better. Wait, what? Rob Light, member for 1 month. Wait, are you already a member? What happened? But how does that work? How did you do this? Hello? What is this? I've never seen this before. What did you do, Rob? How did you do that? Hello? All right, sorry. Anyway, 6. Thanks, Mkaki. Hey, Brian, what's up, bro? I'm sure he's trying to see. What's an option to anyone who doesn't know? What's the option? What is that? Is it just like... Is it a sticker? Is that what that is? It's kind of cool. Or is that like a super chat? I don't even know what that is. Alright, sorry, 6. Let me... Anyway, Rob, you're already a legend, mate. Don't... I prefer Saka over Gyökeres, Brian. And I prefer Reinders over Kudus. Yeah, looking at this team, mate, I say Tarko, Munoz, Pedro Porro, Xavi Simons and Dye, Salah, Anderson in the mid, Foden, yeah, Gyökeres. Oh, you don't know Haaland. Who's your other striker? Gyökeres, João Pedro. Oh, Gui. 2.5 in the bank. João Pedro, Gui, and Nico Williams on the bench this week. Nice haircut, thanks, Chaz. I'm catching up with everything else like this. Come on, you Spurs. What is this? I don't understand, but awesome. I'm loving it. Showing off the memberships as well. Come on, you Spurs. That's right. Gui, Estev. Yeah, wow, you got 2 free transfers as well. I think Xavi Simons might be the one that needs to go, mate. 2.5 mil in the bank. You could probably go into Saka. Just for you, Rob. Just for you. I was actually waiting for that comment. I just got the old fishing rod out and reel him in. Reel him in. Almost a membership comment. Oh, mate. To be honest, I don't really want either of you to lose your triple captain, so I'm just going to be enjoying the game, hoping for a draw. Going to finally get the long-awaited jersey. Yeah, the long-awaited Luis Diaz Liverpool jersey. Unbelievable. Perfect. Now he's gone to Bayern Munich. Yeah, looking forward to it though. Fred's coming out for a beer tomorrow night. Yeah, 6 Anderson to Gordon. I like it. Anderson's the only one getting you any points, mate. You don't want to get rid of Anderson. He got you the big 3-pointer last week. No, I think it's nice to have someone that you know is going to tick over that DEFCON. I'd probably... How do you strengthen the defence? Defence is not that bad. Pedro Porro, Munoz... maybe Nico Williams. Nico Williams and Xavi are the moves that I'd make. If you want to go Xavi to Gordon, and then Nico Williams maybe to Jurriën Timber, I quite like that. Or Nico Williams to a Senesi, yeah, maybe to a Senesi or a Jurriën Timber. I think those are the 2 moves I'd make. I'd start Dubravka over Sanchez, Tarkovsky, Porro plus Munoz plus whoever you move in for Nico. That's your 4 at the back. Then whoever you bring in for Xavi, Ndai, Salah, Anderson, Foden, Gyökeres up front by himself, João Pedro on the bench with Gui, and probably Esteve. I think that's where I'd go 6. If you don't like that and you want to move Anderson, that's fine. But yeah, I'd probably go Xavi. Xavi Simons out. How are the Everton fixtures? And Ndai doesn't look amazing either, really. With a view also, if you potentially moving Ndai out to a Semenyo in future. Cap, please, whatever we said, don't take a -4. I know that, like, all I said for you was like, I think you was just like transfer, wasn't it like Nico Williams to Senesi, and relax. Stop trying to take -4s. This is how you lose rank in FPL. It's taking too many -4s. Yeah, that's what I think. 6. Niels, oh my god, Niels, what time is it, bro? Like some crazy time for you, isn't it? Oh, it's like 4 a.m. or something. What are you doing? Do you need a rundown on all the team news? I can do a quick rundown for you. Yeah, 6. That's what I think, mate. Let me know if there's any thoughts. John, are you around, mate? Are you still here? I'll pull you up. 6. If you need further discussion, tell me. Also, that team is outrageous that happened to you. But yeah, I think those would be my transfer 6. Xavi and Nico out, and probably a Senesi or Timber in, and Semenyo or Gordon in. John, yes, sir. For me, I have one free. Yes, Niels. Can I pull you up in just 1 second? I'm just finished doing John, and then I'll just pull you up next. Rico, it'll be Niels, Radu, then you. JD, great start, mate. 750k in the world. You got one free transfer, nothing made. Okay. Thinking based on confidence of leads and ongoing bets, get in stats for Dewsbury Hills and play Goodmanson. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guehi, Anderson, Timber. The back, lovely. Salah, Semenyo, Enzo. And you're bringing in who? Stat for Dewsbury Hill. Yuck. Can't be going through this. Salah, Semenyo, Enzo, whoever you bring in, Son, Gyökeres, Haaland, 2. And play Goodmanson. No way. I think you don't need to make the transfer out for Dewsbury Hall. You just bench him. You roll the transfer. You have Dewsbury Hall, Gui on the bench, and probably Goodmanson. And I'd play Esteve v Villa. But you can play Esteve or Goodmanson, whatever you prefer. I think you roll. I think you roll that transfer and you have 2 frees for after the international break. Especially if you're going to bring in Statch and not even play him. Like, what's the point of making that transfer? You might as well roll it, and then you might want to make 2 transfers the week after. Thanks, Niels. Yeah, fresh trim, mate. I think you've got to do that, John. I think there's no point bringing someone in to not play him in that week. You might as well wait an extra week, and then you could always bring him in the week after if you wanted to still bring him in. I think that's my thoughts, John. And then cap Haaland. All right, good enough. Thanks. No problem. Neil's 533366. I know it's ridiculous time in the morning for you, so I'll try and get through. And check bench boost option. Yes. Do you want to check like as in just check whether this week is a good week to bench boost, or like what's a good week to bench boost? Because I can try and bring something up for I'll try and like put in your team to plan FPL and just have a look through bench boosts over the next few weeks at the same time, if you want to have a look in future. Raya, Senesi, Timber, Gvardiol, Anderson. I'm just putting your team into it to plan FPL quickly, mate. So, yes, this game week versus next game week. Yeah, cool. Just so it's easy for me to compare here. Bruno, Reinders, Die. Front Haaland, Wood, Gyökeres. Wow, nice strike force. And then Dubravka Raya. Yeah, okay. Okay, so if I pull this up on Plan FPL for you, so it's a bit more clear. This is what you're looking at for this game week. And yeah, I'd probably be playing something like this. Yeah, we'd probably be playing something like that. It's not the worst bench boost in the world. Would be Newcastle. Are you making any transfers this week, Nils, from that team? You move to game week 8. Or you got Die and Bruno. 2 tricky fixtures. And Anderson v Arsenal's okay for DEFCON. What about 9? 9's normally quite a nice week. 9 I don't particularly mind. I think with the team that you've got, it feels like this game week is better because you just don't have people playing against each other either. I feel like next game week, yeah, I understand you're probably thinking Dubravka, Rodon, like nice fixtures, Xhaka, nice fixture. But then you've got like Bruno v Liverpool and Die v Manchester City. Like I actually think like Wood v Chelsea's not that easy. Haaland v Everton's not as easy. Yeah, Anderson's fine for DEFCON. No transfer selling, downgrade third striker, mini wildcard next game week. I think you should play it. Yeah, I think if that's your plan as well, even more reason for you to play it. Like I think 7, 8, 9, all of them like you could play it. All of them you could play it, but I would say 7's the one where I feel like there's the most upside because you don't really have anybody playing against each other other than Semenyo v Anderson, and Anderson's really there for the DEFCON. So I think I quite like this week, Niels, looking at those 3 weeks in particular. And especially if you're looking to downgrade the third striker, which I think is nice. Yeah, obviously the only one I'm a little bit concerned about is Wood starting. Igor Jesus has been starting in Champions League. I think Wood probably starts, but yeah, everybody in that team is fit. Otherwise, from all the team news, they're all good. So I think it would be 7 for me. I think it would be 7 for me. And I think Dubravka v Villa's nice. I think they could definitely shut out Villa. I think Rodon v Tottenham's a tricky one, but maybe he'll get the DEFCON. Sorry, Rob. And Xhaka, I just feel like one of those guys. Hopefully, he ticks that 12 DEFCON against United. Adam, can we be We'll be more confident at the end of the stream once the deadline's passed. I'll say Leeds are going to win 4-0 at the end of the stream. Hey, I like these badges. Yeah. These are my members' badges. You can, if you're a member, you can get the old green arrow in there. Plenty of good ones. If you need help with your team, you get the Oracle ball. Anyway, sorry. Being Wood, yeah, I think he probably starts because Jesus started in Champions League and Wood came on and looked pretty good. So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, Radu, I'm just about to pull you up. Are you happy with that, Niels? I just want to make sure you're comfortable. Yeah, I think certainly Xhaka could get a result this week. Could get a return against United. I'm sort of thinking from him as like a 12 DEFCON perspective to get you that +2, because that's probably the main reason for Xhaka and those teams is he does tick those along. I'm just thinking against United, is that something that's easy to do? They're not great in the final third or in the first third. They're good in the middle of the pitch, so it feels like a little bit of a tricky one. But yeah, hopefully he can pull that off for you. Thanks, and yes, back to bed now. All right, mate, have a good sleep. I'm sure you'll be up soon for the kids anyway. All right, Radu, on to you, mate. Good luck this week, Niels, by the way. How long we got, guys? We got hour and a half to deadline. Plenty of time. 5 of you. So Radu, Rico, Mark, Mkaki, and Rob, second team. Please tell me what to do with Wood and Doy and maybe Porro. Okay, so you've just got one free transfer. Wood is great against his former teams. Yeah, I know. I always struggle to tell people to bench Wood. Just after last season, I benched him for his hat-trick against Brighton, I think. Stupid. I just had a really good bench that week. Vicario, Pedro, Porro. Leeds are dog shit never in a month of Sundays they're winning. Going back to the championship. Oh no. That is gonna get a response. Vicario, Pedro, Porro, Senesi, Gabriel, Kudus, Semenyo. So at the back, Munoz, Senesi, Gabriel, and Pedro Porro, probably nice. Goodman's on the bench. Kudus, Semenyo, Bruno, and Dai. Yeah, bench João Pedro, bench Goodmanson. Yeah, and Doy and Wood. I'll probably move Ndoy. Was he 6.5? 6. 0.6 in the bank. Who do you go to at 6.6? Yeah. It's probably only Saar. It's a little bit early to go into Saar, in my opinion. Green, Finch, Enterprises. Would you sell Salah to Saka and get Gyökeres for a hit? No. I'd sell Salah for Saka and not get Gyökeres and not take a hit. Prezi Gamer, Van der Ven to Gabriel or Bruno to Saka? Bruno to Saka because Gabriel might be injured. Yeah, I mean, you could go Ndoye to Saar here, Radu. I think that's really the only person around that price point that's good at 6.6 or less. It's a little bit early. I sort of prefer Saar from game week 10, but definitely could get goals against Everton, Bournemouth. Bournemouth for sure. Everton, because they play a little bit of a deeper defensive line, he's not going to be able to run in behind as much. So I don't really like this game week. I think game week 8, he'd be nice. Even Arsenal, like really from next game week, I like Saar. But I guess you have to bench someone. So you could just bench Ndoye, bench Goodmanson, and bench João Pedro. And then just play Chris Wood this week. And then next week, after international break, you got 2 free transfers. And that just gives you a little bit of flexibility to do whatever you need to with your team. I think suddenly it's going to look a whole lot better coming in next week, and you'll have some options with 2 free transfers. Like, you might want to go Wood down to a 4.3 and then Ndoye up to like a Saka, which will make your team feel really nice. So I think for me, I'd roll. I'd bench Ndoye, Goodmanson, and João Pedro. It would probably be João Pedro, Ndoye, Goodmanson in that order. And then I'd play the rest of your guys. Rico, so I can know what to do in the next coming weeks. Oh, wait, did you say something before that, Rico? Haaland versus Everton, it's not that easy. The machine can score versus anyone. Did I say Haaland v Everton? It's not that easy? Or someone else said that? Yeah, I mean, I think Everton are really good defensively and like strong defenders as well. If they have Branthwaite back, it'll be a little bit more difficult. Do you think it will be costly without Semenyo for another week? Cap C. It's not worth a -4. Let's put it that way. Rico, yeah, you're up now. Hopefully that helps, Radu. I think that's my thoughts for your team. Let me know if there's more that you want to discuss, but I'll move on to Rico. And then Markham, Kaki, and Rob. So just do Nico to Senesi. Yes, just Nico to Senesi and roll. Sorry, I realised I was showing the wrong screen there while I was doing your team, Radu. But I was before showing this team and I was looking at this team on my screen. I just wasn't showing it. But yeah, like I said, Goodmanson and Ndoye and João Pedro on the bench. It would be João Pedro, Ndoye, then Goodmanson is the order. Sheriff El Hakim, what's up, bro? Grealish or Gordon? Gordon for me, mate. For sure. Uncle Lou, what does a Wildcard 8 team look like? I only saw you review a Game Week 7 Wildcard team. Oh, yeah, let me pull that up. I think it's difficult to do right now before the week, but I think it would be relatively similar to what my 7 is at the moment because there's no major fixture swing in 8. And who to get exactly for Wood in Game Week 8. I think we wait and see for next week, Radu. My suggestion would be downgrade Wood to a 4.3 million like a GUI. Have you played your bench boost already? Sorry. You haven't played your bench boost. Yeah, maybe you downgrade Wood to like a Strand Larson or a Walter Marder then. And you look at seeing if you can fix your team up for a bench boost and then make separate moves. Can I check yours on FPL team? I mean, I can. But I have to like manually put all the players in. But I can. Rico. Only because it's you, Rico. I'm picking Kanate. Don't tell what Virgil because of price. Yeah, like I said, Quex, I think Kanate is probably, if not as good, better than Virgil. Gabriel or Saka, Jay, I would have gone Saka. Gabriel might not be fit this week. If not better, because teams are starting to target his side. And that means he's going to be in more defensive contributions. FYI, I'm not making a habit of doing this because this is really annoying, but I will do this. Grealish or Gordon? Sheriff, I said earlier, sorry mate, you might have missed it, but I said Gordon. I'm just plugging your team in now, Rico. So bear with me as I go. That is Kudus. And that is King. Alright. Plan FPL show screen. Alright. If anybody else asks me to do this, the answer is no. Unless you're a member. Then I will do it for you. Why aren't I on TikTok? I actually wanted to be on TikTok, but it's really a lot of work cross-posting across everything. I'll try and get my girlfriend to run my TikTok account for me. Lacroix, Van de Ven, Calafiori, Cash, starting with all four or picking three and Richarlison as a forward. I like all four. As a captain, Kudus or Richarlison? Probably Richarlison. Fuck ma. Everyone with these names really gets me. Rico, so what are we saying here? Like, I'm looking at your team on FPL team. So, I mean, Tosin's obviously out. Dewsbury Hall's obviously out. What are we thinking? What are we saying? Have you made any transfers this week? I took out Tosin, KDH, and Salah. Thank you for telling me that earlier. 4. Semenyo, Gabriel, and Sarr. Okay. So, are we saying this is a bench boostable team? I think, in my opinion, this is a bench boostable team. Or are we saying look at what weeks is the correct week to bench boost with this team? I guess is what you're asking. You're king. Yeah, next week is quite nice for your team. Tarkowski, Man City, King v Arsenal. You could move King next week, I guess. And the week after is not nice. Normally 9's quite a nice one. About 11. Yeah, I think it's either this week or next week. King would have to go next week if you were bench boosting next week. This week, I think next week's better for your team. I mean, to be honest, I'd probably play. I think I'd bench boost in 8. I'd get rid of King. And you'd have roughly 8 mil. It'd probably be Gordon. Bring in Gordon. Bench boost next week. Just don't really like this as a bench boost. I don't even really like Mateo and Sarvi, Everton, and then you've got Tarkowski as well. Do you know what I mean? And then if you're bench boosting, you'd have João Pedro v Virgil, and you'd have King v Senesi, and you have Kudus v Goodmanson. You just got so many against each other that it just doesn't feel like it's amazing. International breaks next week. So no stream next week. It's 2 weeks from now. So this is the last week before the international break. Got 2 in the bank, I think. Oh, you got 3 free transfers currently, Rico. I think next week is the week. I think next week you bench boost next week. King out for Gordon probably next week. Yeah, I think so. And then this looks quite nice if you look at game week 8. King out for Gordon. That looks like quite a nice bench boost. João Pedro v Nottingham Forest, Haaland v Everton, Mateta v Bournemouth, Sarr v Bournemouth, Semenyo v Palace is not great, but Everton v Fulham. Yeah, I mean Defcon plus clean sheet. I think this Burnley Leeds is going to be like 1-1. Everyone's going to be disappointed, but yeah, Kudus could even go against Villa, and you could bring in like I don't know. I literally don't know, but yeah. I mean, it's nice. It's nice. You've got some options. Should I wait out or wildcard now, Adam? Quex. What did we say earlier, Quex? Shit. So this week, play Virgil. Shit. Yeah, unless you want to play King, this is what I would do this week. I thought I suggested what you should do, Quex. What's your team ID again? I normally know this one. I've forgotten. There's too many that's come. Oh, I know. Oh, I said Milenkovic to Senesi. Yeah, I think you can wait it out to next week. I'd played the Bravcar. Oh, if you're going to wildcard next week, wouldn't you want to go for like an attacking player? You move Neto. Move Neto to Saka. Can you get to Saka? Move Neto to Gordon or Saka. And then play Pedro Porro, Rodon, Esteve. Reinders, Gakpo, Dai, probably bench Xavi, Haaland, Wood, Gyok. Would I play Wood? Yeah, I think I'd play Wood over Xavi. I'd bench Xavi, Simmons, Diouf, and Milenkovic. And it would be a bit of a funky team, but it'd allow you to wildcard in game week 8. Which might be nice. Quex. And remember, as soon as game goes live, then I'd whack that wild card. Yeah, one free transfer. I think it was just Neto to Gordon, probably is what I'd do. And then just bench Milenkovic, Diouf, and Xavi Simmons. Because obviously Leeds are amazing and never going to concede. And then wildcard next week. Or you go mental, you go Milenkovic to Senesi, bench boost, and a wildcard next week. You're 99.0, Bernie. That is crazy. Yeah, the price changes have been absolutely mental this year. I'm somehow 101.2. But I think my wild card was well timed. Against Leave, Xavi could get something. I don't think he's been great though, mate. You got to pick one. You got to pick one to bench. You got to pick one to bench. Pick one to bench and then think you can upgrade them. Boss Arhill, hey mate, how are you? Who could I sell Evan Nielsen for as a long-term pick? Walter Marder or Strand Larsen? It would be Walter Marder for me at the moment due to Strand Larsen's possible injury. Mark, are you still in the chat? Mark Mkaki, are either of you still in the chat? João Pedro, Richarlison or Wood this week? This week, Richarlison. Long term, João Pedro. Mark, you're here. Oh, nice one, mate. Let me put your team up. Quex, I'm still taking on board anything you have to say here, mate. As we've been looking. Mkaki, yeah, you're next up, mate. You'll be next up. Bernie, I thought about -4 or -8 this week to stop it from getting worse, but I think I'll do the transfers after deadline, activate wildcard for game week 8. Yeah, and yeah, just make sure that you check out my wildcard dark arts video. Just make sure that you don't hit the button, you make the transfers. And it will give you it gives a few tips on how to maximize increasing price over the wildcard week. And look at live FPL, who you think is going to go up in price overnight, and then put those players in. You might get a 0.2 and be able to sell them and just make 0.1 during the window. Once Wisser is back, won't he be first choice? Yeah, but Wisser's out for at least another game week 7, 8, 9, 10. He's not back until November, so you got 4 game weeks of Waltemada being first choice. I don't think Wisser's going to come immediately back in and take that slot. He might just play as the second striker off the right or off the left, like he did with Ivan Toney at Brentford back in the day. I want to roll the free transfer and wildcard next week. Then you bench Neto. Quex. Then you bench Neto, you play Xavi Simons. Wait, what? You just said you're rolling the free transfer, so you don't have Gordon. I'm confused, Quex. If you roll the free transfer, you just bench Neto, right? If you make the transfer, you go Neto to Gordon, and then you bench Milenkovic, but you have to bench one of your forwards. And out of the 5 midfielders and 3 strikers, I would have probably gone Xavi Simons, but I guess you might think something else. Mark, what are your thoughts for your team at the moment, mate? So I've got you on screen, right? Yeah. I'll get you on screen. Vicario, Guardiola, Romero, Tarkowski. You free hit last week, so that's your free hit team. So let me look at your team before that. Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, I just realised. And you would have 1 safe transfer. So you have 2 free transfers. Martinez they're unsure whether he's going to play this week, but you got Dubravka anyway, so that's kind of fine, because I think either of those are good. Ekitike, João Pedro, Mateo. Okay, that's where your issue is lying at the moment. So I think Ekitike's got to go out of that team then, because you need the players. You got Livramento problems as well. So I think it's Ekitike, Livramento are your 2 transfers. You go Ekitike down to a Walter Marder, Strand Larsen, and you go Livramento to a Jurriën Timber. Since then you've used 2 free transfers. Do you Salah and Ekitike to Haaland and Semenyo? Oh, nice. Okay. So you got no transfers left, basically, is what you're saying. Okay, so Haaland, Mateta up top. Easy. And you got Semenyo, Fernandez, Gakpo, Sarr in the midfield. Nice. So 4-2. Bench Livramento, bench Weefer, and bench... Senesi, Lacroix, Anderson. Oh, you have to play Milenkovic then. And bench João Pedro. Yeah, João Pedro, Weefer, Livramento is your bench. Don't take a -4 to move Milenkovic to Timber or Burn. It's just not worth it, because even if they keep a clean sheet, it's just 0 points. You just move him for free. And, like, you never know, he might do something. Just move him next week. Have the transfer. Don't take the minus. I don't think you need to take the -4. Unless you're thinking, like, long term, that's going to be useful for you, and you're pretty almost 100% sure they're going to keep a clean sheet this week, which I maybe feel that way about Arsenal, not so much about Newcastle. But then you're also going to get into the situation of Timber's going to have, get rotated at times with Ben White, same as Calafiori with Miles Lewis-Skelly. Like, they're not going to play every single game the whole season, so I think I'd just wait and just do it later. If you need to take the -4, take it a little bit later. Once Gabriel's confirmed fit, and I'd go to Gabriel instead of Timber. So I think I wouldn't take the -4. And my bench would just be João Pedro, Weefer, Livramento, cap on Haaland. Stev and Rodon who to play. Quex, I'd go with Stev. I think Villa have not looked amazing. Burnley could keep a clean sheet against them. Boss Arhill, sell Salah and for Saka. This go or not, and then buy Gabriel for Rodon. Well, Gabriel might not be fit, so I'd just sell Salah for Saka. It would be a long-term move, not a pump for this week. I'd probably want to use my next free transfers for me Gakpo and Game Week 8. Yeah, so I think what I'd say is don't take the -4 this week. If you want to take that -4 for an Arsenal defender, take it in Game Week 8 for Gabriel rather than for Timber. If you still feel the same way. It's going to be of the same value, in my opinion, taking it then or here. I don't see why there'd be a difference, if that makes sense. It gives you an extra week to think about it. Because I think you will have more rotation issues with Timber. No worries, Mark. No worries. Thanks for tuning in as always. Remember to DM me, with if you're interested in continuing being a member with your WhatsApp and Gmail, and I can give you access to all the stuff. Next is Mkaki and then you, Rob. Or do you want to go? Thanks, Gary. Good luck at work, mate. Sorry that you have to go. Mkaki, you here, bro? Let's do your team. Manish Kakati. Where are you from, Manish? He dominated last. Manish, you're doing awesome, bro. 222k in the world. That's so good. You haven't joined my league yet, though. Someone's got to tell you off for that. I haven't joined my league yet. India, whereabouts? Got a few Indian followers. GV hasn't been on stream for a while. He's Bangalore. Triple captain paid off big time, yeah, mate. And Enzo as well was a nice pick. As I've been saying, I think Enzo's a really nice pick. I actually really like your team, to be honest, mate. I'm just looking at it now. I've got it on screen, yeah. You've got a strong defense, or at least a strong 3. You managed to somehow have Salah and Haaland, and you've got Semenyo and Enzo, and to be honest, Caicedo, I probably think of 3 midfielders that I would have if I was on a wild card. Maybe I wouldn't have Enzo and Caicedo, but I like both of them. Grealish is probably the one that's been a bit of a letdown maybe in your team. Abdullah, I'm 25th in your mini league and 1st in your members league. Yeah, mate, you're gunning. You're running and gunning. 399k in the world. But Manish is doing even better. Unreal. Yeah, so you got 2 free transfers this week, Manish. Have you made any transfers, or you're thinking about what you want to do? Because I think it looks like you can probably roll this. Transfer out Grealish for Sarr. Ah, nice. So pretty much what I was saying. is what you're thinking as well. So Lacroix and Essie Calafiori obviously play, and then Semenyo, Enzo, Salah, Sarr, Caicedo. I'd probably play all of them. 5 and Haaland. You got 1. Yeah, I wouldn't want to move João Pedro. Your problem is you haven't bench boosted yet, and you've got Creepy Jr. That's a bit of a problem. But I mean, obviously focus on your team being great at this time, and maybe you can use the bench boost around when you get those 5 free transfers for AFCON. Maybe that's the way to go, because you're doing so well. You don't want to screw up your team trying to sort out a bench boost at this time. I don't like that you have to play Enzo, Caicedo and João Pedro. I would have some consideration as to trying to do something else. Potentially even playing like a Rodon over one of them. I would play Caicedo, because he's going to get 12 defensive contributions against Liverpool for sure. And I think one of Enzo and João Pedro for me, you bench. And I think in my perspective, it'd probably be JP. But I think you could go for either. And I'd play Rodon. But I guess it depends on your thoughts on that Chelsea-Liverpool game. Like, a lot of people seem to think that Liverpool defensively are weak. I don't agree with that. I think we were poor against Palace. But in the first half, I think we just played a stupid formation. We played like this 4-4-2 box, or like 4-4-2 diamond, you could say. And then as soon as Gakpo came on and we went to like 4-3-3, we were fine in the second half. What do you think, Manish? Do you know who you want to bench, or Adam, should I wait to play my wildcard 8 till deadline and try and transfer players tonight who are close to price rise so I can gain additional team? But absolutely, Abdullah, absolutely. As soon as the games start this week, look on Live FPL. Anybody that's going to go up in price overnight, you put them in your team. You also want to make sure that you're not transferring out someone from your team who could also increase in price, or who has already increased in price, because then if they improve by another 0.1, you get the difference. Risky playing 3 Chelsea and 1 Liverpool this game, so I needed your advice. Yeah, I think personally I'd play Rodon, bench João Pedro. It'd be João Pedro, Goodmanson, Krupi. I'd play Caicedo because I think he gets those two DEFCON points. And then I like Enzo because he has just multiple routes to points. He can get DEFCON. He's on set pieces. He sometimes takes corners when Reece James isn't there. He gets into the box. So he just has multiple avenues to points. So from a logical perspective, that's what I'd go for. Unless you have a particular gut feeling about João Pedro, he's the one I would bench. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. And Rodon's probably the one that I expect to get DEFCON more so over Goodmanson, so that's why I'd probably play him. And I don't see a transfer that's nice for you, because I think the Chelsea, after this week, all your Chelsea assets become fantastic assets. They have really nice fixtures, so I wouldn't want to move any of them. So I'd just live with this week maybe not being your nicest game week ever. And if you get a green arrow, you've had an amazing, this has gone unreal for you, because I think it's a bit of a tricky week for your team. But going forwards, I think your team is really nicely structured and set up. Hopefully that makes sense and helps. And we have 1 hour to deadline. If you're watching, please remember to give this a please remember to give a like to the video. Subscribe to the channel if you're new around here. And yeah, if you can watch my videos in a week, again, also super appreciated. That is really how my channel is going to continue to grow. And yeah, obviously, if you do want to become a member of the channel, you can always skip the queue in my live streams. You also will have access to if you're becoming an elite member, you have access to my elite members WhatsApp channel, where we just discuss teams all week. Rob discusses leads all week. and yeah, I respond to that every day, and you also have access to my FPL API spreadsheet, which if you have not seen before, basically is a live. It's like a live link through to. It pulls all the data directly from the FPL website, and you can see like I have my own fixture schedule that I have within there. I have split for attacking and defensive because obviously the difficulty is different for both attackers and defenders. So I have my own fixture difficulty built into that. You can tinker about with it. I give everyone access to tinker, and then I have stats by player, by forwards, midfielders, defenders, by each price point as well. So you'll have like the expensive forwards, you'll have the mid-price forwards, and you'll have the cheap forwards. The same for the midfielders, and you'll be able to play around, filter these, look through these, and I make that available every week to my members. So yeah, if you do want to become a member, you get all of that good stuff included, as well as obviously priority replies in the week. Just join my mini league. Okay, Rob. Rob, let's pull up your other team, mate. How long we got? 1 hour. 1 hour to go to deadline. This has been a good 4 hours plus stream that we're doing. Just join mini league. Thanks, Manish. Appreciate that, mate. Enjoy being part of the channel. Thanks for sticking around. Alright, what are we saying, Rob? Game week 3 to glory. So this is the team that's going to pull it back from not having started in the first week. You're captaining DCL. He actually. But your team's doing so well. Why would you kill it? Alright. I can't do anything to stop you in these situations. Raya, Virgil, Lacroix, Calafiori, Senesi. But if you do that, if you make sure he triple captains an injured player, then he's just going to vice captain the one he wants. So he'll love that if you tell him to do that. You got to get him. I would say get him to triple captain Senesi, because Senesi could actually go and get 17 pointer. So at least there's something to support. Or just Mo Salah, GG. Hope he starts coming good. Anyway, Virgil, Lacroix, Calafiori, Senesi. I think they're just a lock. You play all 4. Then Kudus, Salah, Enzo, Anderson, Calvert-Lewin, Haaland, bench João Pedro. Bench Rodon, bench King. Is that what you're thinking? Cap DCL. Wait till he puts in DCL and I triple captain in post game week 90. Yeah, I think that's where I'll go. Yeah, I think JP, Rodon, King, probably in that order. No, maybe King, JP, Rodon, captain DCL. All right, Captain Haaland is the correct option. Or if you want something differential, then you can captain Salah. But that's very differential. Don't be too mean, Abdullah. Don't be too mean. Rico's always reasonably nice to me. He doesn't destroy my life. Although Rob did make me captain Virgil van Dijk, so it would be good payback if you made him captain Virgil van Dijk as well. I'd appreciate that. Can I super chat Rob to do that? Yeah, one other thing while we're on this stream and like talking through this stuff, I got a big promo this week for Game Day Squad. So I guess those of you that have been on my streams before know that there are some other like free to play like fantasy football games that aren't the official FPL one. So one that I help out with a couple of Aussie guys, and I like help promote for them as well is Game Day Squad, which honestly, unbiased opinion is as good, if not better, than FPL. And I would say specifically for winning prizes, if you actually if you want something where you can actually win money on a weekly basis, this is so good. You can win like over $250 a week, and you don't have to have signed up from the start of the season. If you sign up right now, you could just win this week, and you basically just pick your team each week based off the cards that you pull in packs. And if you're on my streams, I give away free packs every week. So I will be giving away some packs this week. If you're interested, you can just DM me. Dusty, play Sanchez or Dubravka or take a hit. Dubravka Villa is actually a decent. They could definitely keep it shut out. So yeah, and then the way the game works, I maybe show you just a little bit of the game. This is sort of what it looks like. You have a team you pick similar to FPL. It's like 4-3-3 formation. You have 4 subs on the bench. Everybody scores points. Last minute, no worries, mate. And then you also pick your emergencies. So I think this is a really cool game. I can give away a bunch of freebies every week to you guys to help you with a better chance to win. And obviously, like, you can win tons of money. So if you sign up to Game Day Squad, it will be gamedaysquad.com.au. Use the promo code FPLTA or FPLT, which is my promo code, and that gives you a bunch of additional packs to help you win. So that will help you with a chance to win like the $250 and the $100 a week. And you don't have to sign up for the start of the season. You can actually create multiple accounts as well. And with each of those, if you use the promo code, you have an additional chance to win. All you just need is an email address. That's it. So if you have multiple email addresses, create multiple accounts, pick different teams each week. And if you go for some upsets and stuff, you've got a really good chance of winning the money. There's not that many people at the moment that are playing this game. I'd say there's probably like maybe 500, 600 in some of the leagues. And so like obviously you come in like the top 500, you're winning something. Maybe not the money all the time, but every week you pretty much win something, I would say. I think I've won something every week. Neil's actually won first place after joining just for 1 week, so definitely possible. And if you need help with the game or like, understanding it, just reach out to me in DMs on Twitter or Instagram, and I can help out and provide you guys with additional packs. Jack, would you VC Salah, Semenyo or Bruno with possible postponement? Probably Salah, mate. Possible postponement. Where are you getting this? Where are you getting this from, Jack? Adam, good that you reminded me about Robert's part in that TC Virgil pick. I'll make sure to take your revenge. Thanks, mate. That's actually true, Rob. I did say I would have TC'd GUI that week, and that probably did actually help me with getting an additional like 9 points or something. Extra Pro 244, Gyökeres or Haaland as captain. I'd go Haaland, mate, because of the weather. I'm not really seeing. They're actually saying that. I haven't seen any. Interesting. Any team news for Bournemouth Fulham? Not yet. Well, I mean, I do. Yeah, I mean, let me. I'll tell you what. Why don't I talk about? Yeah, why don't I talk about that? So Bournemouth, just like general news at the moment, like not leaks, but general news. Anal and Smith out. Cook possibly might make his first start for Bournemouth for a while. He's come back in with contention. For Fulham, you've got Muniz out and also Raul Jimenez as a potential doubt. So Fulham might be without both strikers, which could be a real issue for them. Kenny Tete is also confirmed to be out for Fulham. So that's their updates, but nothing on team leaks at the moment. Sato A, VVD to Richards, Reinders to Saka's already like that. B, Van Dijk to Burn, Bruno to Saka. Thanks. Oh, okay. Van Dijk to Richards. What's the rest of your team, mate? Bruno, Semenyo, Kudus, Reinders, Richarlison. Could I offer VVD to Kanate and Bruno to Saka? Is that possible? But yeah, I don't mind to Burn. I think I'd go to Burn. I think I'd go B. Van Dijk to Burn, Bruno to Saka. Kickoff, yeah, I'll be doing giveaways. What's the time? How long have we got left in the stream? I actually maybe I will do a giveaway in like 15 minutes. I'll do one for who's in the stream. You're always if the giveaways. Always it. What's your name? Kickoff. Shank Air. Do you think good fantasy managers can be good at gambling? Josiah, yeah, boy. Where's best place to post team? Give me a team ID now, mate, or Twitter or Insta, whatever, and I'll put it up now. Do you think good fantasy managers can be good at gambling? Depends what you're gambling on, to be honest, because I don't think they're directly correlated. I think it depends on your skill set. Like, you can have good fantasy managers that get super lucky. You can get good fantasy managers that are very good at strategy, and you can get good fantasy managers that have a really good understanding of football. And I think the ones that have a very good understanding of football are probably more likely to be the ones that are going to be good at gambling. But I definitely think it is completely dependent on the skill set. All right, big dog. Possible, but not too keen on Liverpool. Thanks for the reply back, Sato. No problem, mate. Yeah, I mean, if that case, I'd just go B. I'd go Van Dijk to Burn and Bruno to Saka. But just note that Burn's been playing a little bit of left back for Newcastle lately, so his DEFCON might be slightly reduced. Josiah, what's good, big man? Let's see, how do you go? Green Arrow last week, yeah. Cap Haaland. Yeah, rest of the teams had a Enzo on bench. Did I say that? No, I wouldn't have said to bench Enzo. Did I? If I did, sorry. Surely I didn't say that. I wouldn't have said that. I have a very similar team, and I played Enzo. All right, this week you got 4 frees. Whoa, man. Okay. Okay, well, I would hold on to João Pedro and Enzo, just probably not play them this week. And then Pape Sarr. It's tough. Would have been a good bench boost last week. Vicario, VDV, Verge, Timber, Calafiori. I mean, that backline's good. That was a bit unlucky. Gakpo, Semenya, Reinders, also quite nice. You've got to make some transfers here, haven't you? I think you've got to go Pape Sarr to someone. Where are we going? Can we get to Anthony Gordon? 5 mil, you got 1.2 in the bank, so you can get to 6.2. So no. You don't really want to get rid of Gyok this week. Where can you downgrade in this team? Maybe like Big Verge to a Senesi or something. Either Big Verge to a Senesi or a Calafiori down to a Senesi. Actually, is probably the one. Question: if you go Calafiori down to Senesi, can you go Pape Sarr up to Anthony Gordon? If you can, then I like that, and I just get Gordon in for João Pedro. As in, like, Pape Sarr replaced João Pedro in that team at the moment. Does that give you enough money? 0.4 short. Okay. Okay. So it'd have to be Verge. It'd have to be Big Verge. Because that would give you that 0.4. He's 6.1. Yeah. Yo, teach me tips. What's up, man? What's happening, bro? You got a team ID? Yeah, I think it would be... I think Verge is okay. Verge... I don't know, I just feel like they could keep a clean sheet this week, Liverpool. Ideally, I'd want Canate in there over Virgil. Because I think, I was saying earlier on the stream, you probably weren't here, I think teams are starting slowly now to target, like, Canate. So, for example, Palace, in that Palace game, Mateta just sat on Canate the entire time, which meant that Canate's involved in more defensive actions, which means he's probably more likely to get defensive contribution points than VVD, which I think you have probably seen was the case if we look at last week. What was the... Yeah, Canate with 14 DCs. So I think you will see a trend that starts to move a little bit more towards Canate, and I think he's actually quite a nice pick, even though he might be the slightly weaker of the two, which is quite funny. Your season's been dreadful. No, that's not what I want to hear, mate. That's not what I want to hear. How can we improve it? I haven't seen you too much on the live streams. Maybe that's why, mate. Maybe that's why. Flick us a team ID and let's talk through once we're done with Josiah. Yeah, I think Verge to Senesi's fine. And then Sarr to Gordon. When do I do predictions? Oh, we can do predictions after this. Okay, Calafiori and Verge and Sarr to Canate, Senesi and Gordon. No, I think it's not worth it because Arsenal, I think, is a better fixture this week. Because I just keep Calafiori in. Like, that West Ham fixture is a little bit nicer than Liverpool Chelsea. I think that is something to look at for the future, maybe going Calafiori to Canate. But I think for now, the Arsenal is okay. Does that help, Josiah? I think the rest of your team's pretty nice. I think you're a little bit unlucky last week, to be honest. You like it? All right, nice. No problem, man. Always up for some discussion with you. You were also the second ever person to send me a super chat after Dusty, who was the first. So you got a soft spot in my heart. There's like a 30 second delay on my message to you seeing them. I don't know about everyone else. He's going to pick Spurs to win, but still, maybe has different ideas. I've tried to put the lag on like literally like 5 seconds. So I don't know if it's just the stream's running a little bit behind. But I put all the settings so it should be ultra low latency. Yeah, it's on ultra low at the moment. Yeah, alright, let's do some predictions then. Stream is good, no delay whatsoever. Oh, maybe it's just your internet then. Josiah. Let's do some predictions. Alright. And while I do this is good because while I do this, I'll also send these off to the guy that I need to send them off to on Twitter. So this is useful for me as well. So just give me a second. All right. Because I'm in a predictions league, which I started superbly in the last few weeks. I've been doing them last minute and been doing crap. Alright, Bournemouth Fulham. Alright, well I guess for Bournemouth Fulham, like I'm sort of, this one is a little bit due to team news. I think that if there's no Raul Jimenez and no Muniz for Fulham, they don't score. So I think Bournemouth to keep a clean sheet is for sure my pick. Teach me tips. Teach me tips. Do you mind waiting until we do the predictions and then I'll do your team straight after that? Is that all right? So I'm gonna go for a 2-0 Bournemouth. Leeds v Tottenham. I'm not taking sides here, so I'm picking 1-1. I like just for the sacredness of my chat. I'm taking a 1-1. Suck it. Do you know what? I'm going to go 2-1 Leeds. I'm going to go 2-1 Leeds. Let's go. That's going to be my upset for the week. Leeds. Is Leeds at home? Leeds are at home. Yeah, Leeds at home, mate. Leeds 2-1. Nah, screw it. Leeds 1-0. Leeds 1-0. Let's go. Nah, surely they concede. Leeds 2-1. All right. I'm struggling. Leeds 2-1. That's going to be my upset for the week. Arsenal West Ham. I think they're going to smash them. I think it's going to be like 4-0. I'm going to go 3-0, but Man United Sunderland. That could be a real dull game. I'm going to go 1-1. Chelsea Liverpool. Liverpool going to win. It's going to be 1-0. I think Liverpool win 1-0. And I'll talk through these picks after. Maybe I'll talk through them at the time. Yeah, Arsenal West Ham, I just think Nuno's probably not had enough time to bed down that West Ham changes. Arsenal are epic off set pieces. West Ham are shambolic off set pieces. Definitely going to be a set piece goal. And yeah, I just think he hasn't maybe not had enough time to tell them what to do, and then what they have been told what to do, they're probably going to get a bit confused. It does take a little bit of time defensively to adapt to new systems. Like I used to play fullback back in the day when I was a decent footballer, and you do have to think a lot about the systems. It is a bit tricky. So yeah, 3-0 Arsenal. Man United Sunderland, I just think United struggle both ends of the pitch. They struggle in between each 18-yard box. They're fantastic. Outside of it, they just can't play sport. So I reckon they get a goal somehow. Bruno penalty, and I think Sunderland score. Honestly, if I hadn't have just picked the Leeds Tottenham one, I'd have picked Sunderland to win that. Because United just can't seem to score. Chelsea Liverpool. Chelsea just missing so many defenders, like Fofana out, Tosin out, Chalobah out, Colwill out. I know Hato's going to come in, but that's a lot of defenders to be missing. Again, that's pretty tricky. Palmer's out. I think they'll try and be difficult to break down and try and play fast on the counter. I think Liverpool are going to try and control the game better. I think if Chelsea do score, it's going to be down Liverpool's left. I think Kirkez has been a real weak link for Liverpool this year. Like, not been very good at all. So I think that'll end 1-0. I think they'll manage to keep a clean sheet. My fear is we don't have Alisson in goal. And I think Mohamed Ashvili is a good goalkeeper, but Alisson saves Liverpool quite frequently. So the chance Chelsea get a goal, I think Liverpool still find a way. I'm tempted to go 1-1. I might go 1-1 against my feelings of Liverpool winning every game. Aston Villa, Burnley. I think Villa find a way to score. I think they get a lucky goal early, and then they go on to win 2-0. Actually, they get a couple of late goals and they win 3-0. 2-0. Burnley will be alright. 3-0. 3-0 Villa. Everton Palace. That has got 0-0 written all over it. Everton at home need to be a bit more expansive. Palace are going to be tired. Going to go 0-0. Newcastle, Nottingham Forest, 3-1 Newcastle. I just think Forest have not looked good defensively again. Adapting to a new manager's system, not easy straight away. Newcastle started to look a little bit better. I think they're getting their mind across how they want to score goals. They look good in Europe. I think they'll win that comfortably. Wolves beat Brighton. Depends on Strand Larsen, really. I feel like if he plays, Wolves score a couple of goals. I feel like if he doesn't play, they have a tough result there. I'm going to go for 2-0 Brighton. And then Man City v Brentford. Brentford are definitely going to score. Man City are going to score a few, though. 2-1 or 3-1 or 4? 2-1, 3-1, 4-1. I'm going to go 2-1. going to go 2-1. Is Gabriel playing Jaman Jofa? Hey Jaman, what's up, man? I think Arteta said he's not concerned by his knock, but that doesn't mean anything from Arteta. So I'd say 70% he plays, 30% he doesn't play. All right, those are my predictions. Bournemouth 2-0, Leeds 2-1, Arsenal 3-0, Man United 1-0, Chelsea Liverpool 1-0, Villa Burnley 3-0 Villa, Everton Palace 0-0, Newcastle 3-1, Brighton 2-0, Man City 2-1. Can I explain why I think Leeds 2-1? This is why. Leeds at home so far have been very, very good. And they have kept 2 out of 3 clean sheets. And I wish they'd show the scores on here, but they don't. But 0-0 v Newcastle. What was first week? 1-0 v Everton. To Desmond v Bournemouth. I fancy them. Don't know. I don't know. To be honest, I like Thomas Frank. I just thought it was a bit of fun. You got to go for it. You got to go for a rogue pick. I've got no reason. To be honest, that's just a bit of a rogue pick. I don't know whether I feel that is going to be the score or not. Can't give you anything. Start João Pedro, Van Dijk. I think you might genuinely ruin my second team. Why? Are you playing all Leeds players now? Div, you don't need to answer since you did already earlier, but still panicking about who to start, mate. That's all right. Happy to go back to you, Ardiv. Bryce Nessie with a late header tonight. That's it, mate. That's it. Did I just post my... That's my team. I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel confident. Normally I feel quite confident about my picks, but I feel like there's a lot of unknown around this week. Yeah, Dewsbury Hall and JP on the bench, right? And then there was just one of the other ones. Look, this is what we disagreed, didn't we, Ardiv? I would say, look, I personally think Enzo has many, many routes to points. Whereas João Pedro doesn't have as many. Enzo's on set pieces, on corners, sometimes with Reece James off them. Gets into the box. On penalties, and João Pedro just doesn't have the same routes to points. I think he's a one up front. He's going to be marshalled by Kanate and VVD. He's not like he's a big striker that's going to cause them physical problems. I think he gets marshalled quite well by them. I think Liverpool's problem comes down the wings, where I think that it's probably a cross or a cutback that Chelsea score off, and I think Pedro Neto is going to have a field day with Kirkes. Darth Vader, Darth Maul, Walter Marder. Yeah, I really like Walter Marder, mate. I'm not sure what the question mark is, but if you're saying is he a good option, I think he's a great option. João Pedro, Lacroix, Dewsbury Hall's on the bench. Yeah, I think that's fine, mate. I think that's fine. I think for me it was between Lacroix and Trufair, and I'd probably have Lacroix ahead of João Pedro on the bench. But you obviously fancied Trufair. I understand, especially if Fulham have Muniz and what's his name, and Raul Jimenez out. And actually, let me just have a little search for some late team news, because I have a bloke for Fulham that's actually knows what he's talking about. So if he's tweeted something, Josh King called up to England under 21s. No, he's not. He's not giving me really anything on. He's not giving me anything on Raul Jimenez. No news. No news. He settled the embargoed section of the transfer of the press conference, but he does talk about Josh King and Emile Smith-Rowe competing for that spot at 10. I'm back for giveaways. All right, shall we do one then? Let's do one. We've got 20 minutes. Spin the wheel. All right, anyone that wants to be involved in the giveaway, just put W in the chat, and I'll add you to the magic wheel. W in the chat. Ardiv. Teach me tips. Bernie. Nish, what timing, mate? You're a bit early. What's the giveaway? It's a good question, mate. It's a good question. I hadn't really decided on it, to be honest. I think I'll do membership. What should I do? Month's membership. I'll do a like my cut. Thanks, man. Oh, teach me tips. I got to do your team, bro. I got to do your team. Sorry, I completely just lost my mind for a while. Where's your team ID? 1393004. I'll do your team after the giveaway. Sorry, I'm all over the place. All over the place. Do his team before the giveaway? Alright, let's do that. Build the drama. Oh, Amara! What's up, man? Nantha 5k, would you do Salah to Saka? Yes, I would. Alright, W in the chat if you want to be involved in the giveaway. And in the meantime, I'll be doing Teach Me Tips as teams while we wait for anybody to put their thing in. Omar, start one of D for Estev. Dewsbury's red flag. Estev for me. Estev for me. I just think more likely that Burnley keep a clean sheet against Villa than Diouf scores against Arsenal or gets a 3-3-0-4. Wait, this is you, isn't it? Suman? 3304. I don't think that's you. Am I wrong? No, you're not. That's not you. This is you. He gave into FOMO and got Gabriel in. Bro, he might be injured this week, mate. There's a chance that he's out. Yeah, watching bottle the game, yeah. If Steph scores 2 goals just in the wrong net. Okay, so looking at your team, Van der Ven's... Mate, you're not doing too... Oh, you wildcard last week. Yeah, you're not... Okay, this team's nice. So you wildcarded, had a good week. That's quite a lot like what I would think to do. So this week... Oh, it's just João Pedro is the issue in your team. Just play a Stev over JP. Or you just play JP. I think you just play JP. Oh, Brycey. No, you're not late. I haven't done the giveaway yet. W in the chat. W in the chat. Sorry, I'm doing Simen's team. W in the chat for the giveaway. There's a lag. How long's the lag? Someone said that earlier, but I don't know if there is. It's not lagging on my... It has dropped some frames, but that's just the internet that I have here. Gotta live with that. My internet's a bit quicker in Australia. No, stream is fine. Yeah, thank you. That's what I'm thinking as well. Sorry, Simon. Simen. So before the wildcard, you had how many free transfers? Let's check this. You had 2, so you have 3 frees now. Okay, so you actually have some options. I wouldn't move JP or Haaland, Semenyo, Reinders, Bruno, Salah, and Dai. I kind of like all of that. You obviously picked them for a reason. Anderson, Senesi, Van der Ven. Yep. Is very expensive team. There's not a lot of flexibility in it. I think that's the only thing because you've got Salah and Haaland. The one time I transfer well before the deadline, bro wants to get injured. Nish, I love that, mate. I love the fact that Nish has been ahead of the game for the first time ever, and the Blake's decided to injure himself. Yeah, honestly, like it is getting towards. Salah may not be the greatest option, but I think for this week you just play a Stev and bench JP. You almost could run with the same team, captain Haaland. I think your options. You want some Arsenal players. Yeah, you'd have to go Salah to Saka, and then Stev to Timber. That is what I would recommend. Salah to Saka, Stev to Timber. If you're gonna go to Arsenal's. But it's pretty tough considering you just wildcarded. It feels sideways. I mean, the Steph to Timber allows you to play Timber over João Pedro this week. But yeah, I mean, it depends what you think. Like, do you think that Salah's going to outscore Saka, or do you think Saka's going to outscore Salah? I mean, you obviously wildcarded feeling a certain type of way. Like, do you suddenly feel what you wildcarded into is like not the right team? Like, I think the problem is you've gone Salah and Haaland. If you've gone Salah and Haaland, you're like committed to Salah and Haaland and not much flexibility in the rest of the team because there aren't really that many moves you can make. If you go against that, and just a reminder to everyone, there's 13 minutes to deadline, so make your transfers. Yeah, if you come out of Salah, and there's loads of things that you can do. You can obviously go to Saka, you can go to Anthony Gordon, you can upgrade Gui off the bench, you can upgrade Esteve Rodon, make your defense better. Should have gone the Gyökeres Gabriel route. I personally think like Saka's going to be on pens over Gyökeres. I thought that he looked like he was going to take that one against Newcastle that got ruled out. He picked up the ball as if he was going to take the penalty, and then it got ruled out by VAR. So I thought that was quite interesting. And then I'm not sure how I feel about Gyökeres up top yet. I'm not sure how I feel about him. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely something you could still do, to be honest. Like, you could still go Salah to Gordon, probably Gui to Gyökeres, Esteve to Timber. That probably still works with your, 3 free transfers you have, or 2 free transfers? I can't remember what we said. How many frees you got? Yeah, you got 3 frees, yeah. That probably, roughly in my head, you have the money for that. If you went Salah to Gordon, guaranteed 15-pointer. Yeah, I sort of agree with that Salah v United view. But then I think you just roll, and then you just got to decide whether you play Esteve or João Pedro. I think you could go either way. I think maybe it's more exciting playing João Pedro. And Nish, don't take the -4. Gabriel definitely could play. I think there's a 70% chance that he does play. Aryaman, Rajiv, Pope, Timber, Saka, or Raya, Gabriel, Bruno. Pope, Timber, Saka. All right, let's do this giveaway before I forget all the people that might put their names in. Bryce O'Amara. All right, if you're in the chat, W in the chat if you want to be part of the giveaway. Nantha, I think you were in there as well. Josiah. I'm going to do, because there's a ton of people, I'll do a 10% discount code for this site. So this is like football merch websites. You can get stuff customized if you want. These are the sort of designs you can get done for any player that you'd like. You can get it customized. You can have hoodies of like special celebration players, etc. You can have name and number on the back. You can have mugs, t-shirts. The quality is really good. Like, I'm wearing one of the hoodies at the moment. This is my Soldering Ring one. Very, very comfortable. The comfortability is very good. So yeah, if you are keen and you want a 10% discount code, W in the chat. Nish. I'm just scrolling through to make sure I've got everyone. Boss R Hill. Not Nosh, sorry. Quality looks hella thick. Yeah, like the definitely like a midweight hoodie. Like, it's not thin. Like, it's nice. It's pretty nice. I think I've got everyone in there. If you're not in there and you'd like to be in there, sorry, do you know what is a good option? I just get my head out of the way. If you're not on the list and you'd like to be on the list, speak now or forever hold your peace. I'll just answer some questions while I'm waiting. Porco, should I make any changes to my free hit team? Petrovic, Gabriel, Cash, Senesi, Minte, Bruno, Saka, Foden, Gordon, Haaland, Gyökeres. Yeah, I'd probably go Timber over Gabriel or Saliba, just in case he doesn't play. Oh yeah, Isaac, of course, is here for the win. You know, if Isaac wins it, it's an absolute rig, mate. He wins every week. All right, guys. Spin is going. Oh my god. Oh my god. Abdullah, unbelievable. 3 out of 6. This is crazy. This is actually crazy. I swear to God, I don't rig them. And to be honest, he's like, when I do the $10 giveaways as well, he's the most awkward one to give money to as well, because he's like doesn't have an English or an Aussie bank account. So yeah, it makes it more difficult for me. But at least the 10% discount code, mate, on its way to you. Or if you want, because didn't I send? Did you win the discount code last time? Is that what you won? Yeah, I mean, you can choose if you've already won it. You can choose to allow me to respin it for somebody, but I can't remember what happened. You can give it to someone else. Okay. All right, I'm gonna respin. Since he's such a good bloke. I will respin. Thank you, Abdullah. The chat is a big fan of you. I mean, if I respin this and this is Isaac now, and I'll sometimes move my head to the other side because I'm in the way of everything. It's going to be a nightmare. Respin for the win. Stop it. I can't be him. Oh, that was so close. Oh, Div, well done, mate. Oh, can you send me a DM on Twitter or Insta, and I'll flick you a discount code, 10% off in the store. You can obviously purchase whatever you want. If you do want like customization, we can put like name and number on the back, and we can do a specific design that you're after as well. So if you want a specific player, you let me know. But there's plenty in the store, like lots of different stuff. I don't know if I have I've even got George Best in there. I don't know if I have any with the customization that you can look at the moment, but yeah, I'll show you what they look like if you're interested. All right, congratulations, Abdullah. And guys, there is now 5 minutes left to deadline. And another quick shout out for you guys is, if you haven't already, sign up to this other game day squad. If you want to also have a good chance of winning money every week, it's basically a free-to-play fantasy football game. All you need is go to gamedaysquad.com.au, stick in your email, create a password, use the promo code FPL TEA. You get additional packs that help you win. You can win $250 plus every week. You don't have to have been playing from game week 1. Every week you have a chance to win. You pick a separate team each week. There's not that many players that play the game, probably around 500, 600, I think. I've probably finished in the winning top 500, top 100 almost every week so far. So there's a good chance that you can win this stuff. Niels has already come in first place one of the weeks already. So sign up, use my promo code FPL TEA. And if you want some additional packs, if you're in the chat right now and you want some additional packs, hit me up on DMs and I'll send you the codes. And now let me answer your questions in the chat before the deadline. Start one, Verbruggen or Dubravka. I would start Verbruggen. Unk, start Porro or Munoz. Munoz. Esteve or JP. I think that's a 50-50 call. I think maybe JP. Cody, hey, just before the deadline, new haircut. Thank you, mate. Yes, I have. Who would you bench out of Dye, Reindeers, and João Pedro? João Pedro out of those three, mate. Bernie played Dubravka or Sanchez. Dubravka. Sign up to Game Day Squad, guys. Amazing game. Yeah, it is a great game, and like I would say, monetarily wise, much better chances to win than FPL each week. And yeah, I'm doing another giveaway. After the deadline, I'm gonna do one more giveaway. I've got a gold Pedro Porro Game Day Squad card to give away. DCL goal, him coming, he's ready. All right, 2 minutes to deadline, guys. Would love a Haaland Platinum card. Unfortunately, they didn't give me that one to give away. Yeah, I would like one as well. Also, you can create multiple accounts. If you have multiple email addresses, you can create multiple accounts. You have multiple chances of winning. If you do use the promo code, you get additional player cards, which definitely help you to win. So you should put my promo code in to help you win each week. Cool. All right. 1 minute to deadline, guys. Lock your teams in. Play Xavi or die. Xavi. Ooh, last minute questions hurt me. Here's my team. Is the giveaway over? I'm doing another giveaway kickoff. There has been one. We're going to do another one after the deadline. But 1 minute, guys. Lock in your teams. Lock in your captains. Lock in your vice captains. Oh shit! I forgot to put my vice captain as Saka. Crazy. Wow! I just got it in before the deadline. That was pretty lucky. Evan Nilsson to Altamada. Yeah, I like that. Boss R Hill. I like that a lot. Isn't there any cash giveaway? No cash giveaway this week. I think we will do... If we get some good views on because I basically give away a lot of what I'm making. If we get some good views, if we get 1,000 views on the video, on one of my normal videos next week, not a wildcard one, we'll do another $10 giveaway next week. I'm hoping. That's it, guys. Deadline has passed. Let's have a look if the game is updating. Deadline has passed. We are locked in. Rob thinks he's captain DCL by accident. Absolutely not true. I will do one more giveaway for a Pedro Porro gold card, gold game day squad card. So if you do want to be in with a chance, put G for game day squad in the chat, and you will get a gold Pedro Porro game day squad card to help you win. If you're interested and you do play game day squad, stick G in the chat now, and I will give away the promo card to the winner. Or DM me if you would like. Pedro Porro Silver. I'll add you, Abdullah. You've got to be in with a chance of winning. I would add a couple of my members who are asleep but wanted to be involved. Abdullah Niels, Paul, Isaac, Rob. Oh, Foggy as well said to get involved. Can I put myself in? Joking. Alright, not that many people on game day squad, eh? Get involved, guys. Good game. Nah, I can't put myself in. It's not for me. It's for you guys. Bryce, sorry. All right. Tempting, but I don't play. Cody, sign up, Bernie. Free to play. It's free to play. You can win a lot of good prizes from it. It's very easy. You just sign up with an email address and password. It takes like 5 seconds. And then just put in a team, and then you have a chance to win $250 every week. Might sign up today. Yes, do it. Tell you what, Bernie, Nish, I'll add you to here. Gee, Neil, what have you been hiding around? Sign up to the game. You might even win. Neil, what are you hiding? Hiding in the comments. Yeah, sign up. You can create multiple teams. Yeah, I think it's a really good game, if I'm honest. And the guys that run it are like good blokes. They're out in Queensland in Australia. And like if you have any issues with the game and stuff, like let me know and I can tell the admin people as well. Like they're pretty good at dealing with feedback as well. So, all right, I will spin the wheel if there's nobody else that wants to get involved. There are 11 votes, but in the poll. But you got to put G in the chat, guys. G in the chat if you want to be involved. If your name is not on this list now, please let me know, and I will add it before I do the giveaway. Once we turn to 3:35. Good luck, everyone, this week with FPL and with Game Day Squad if you've signed up. All right, let's do it. The winner, Cody. Congratulations, Cody. I will get the guy to send me through the Pedro Porro gold card, and I will flick that through to you. Remind me who won the other giveaway that I just did. Oh, Ardif. All right, guys. Reminder, Ardiv, you won the 10% discount code giveaway. Please reach out to me on Twitter or Instagram with like who you are, so I can send it to you via there. Thank you everybody for tuning into this stream. Please watch my videos during the week. If we do hit 1,000 views on either the transfer plans or like the data one with all of the different players by price point, I'll do another $10 giveaway next week. Good luck with your teams this week. Give us a shout how you go. And yeah, thank you all as usual for watching the stream, for getting involved. And yeah, good luck this week. This has been your English Aussie, and I will catch you guys soon. See you guys. Have a good one.